तो कहते हैं कि भाई ऐसा है, आपने अप्लाई कर दिया, अच्छी बात है। पहली बात तो ये है कि मन से, ईमानदारी से, और स्कोर कैलकुलेट करो। क्या आपका स्कोर आ रहा है? कितना आता है अभी बता देना आगे। सेकंड।
डॉक्टर स्वामी, डॉक्टर स्वामी,
जी डॉक्टर साहब।
म्यूट करो, म्यूट कर लो, म्यूट।
I think on this occasion I would like to wish all of you a very happy World Water Day. Before we start formally with the webinar, there will be some welcoming. Probably at this center, I am chairing the session today from the BAU headquarters. Uh, and there are my colleagues, my junior colleagues would like to welcome me. Okay, done. Thank you, everyone. Water Day. She was one of the organizing secretaries, Ms. Sonal, and this is Dr. Bhavani Mandal, who joined the university in 2023. Come in there. And then, and then we have another organizing secretary, Dr. Chandravan Patel, who has also joined the university in 2023. And together, this team of four is organizing and from this center with the support of the ANRCM. So please be seated. So today, I would like to initiate today's webinar by wishing you all a very happy World Water Day. In Bihar, we are also celebrating Bihar Divas today. So every year when we celebrate World Water Day, we also celebrate Bihar Divas here. Officially, it's a public holiday in Bihar, and we have gathered together in the department for this purpose. And this is, in fact, a blessing in disguise because we won't be bothered with other official works today. So, formally, I would like to welcome the Senior Vice President, Dr. Y.P. Singh, Senior Vice President of ANRCM Lucknow, who is also a co-chairman of this session. I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Arora, Secretary ANRCM, our guest of honor for the day, Dr. M.S. Hadda, who has been a teacher at PAU Ludhiana. I would like to welcome Dr. C.L. Verma, former senior scientist at CSSRI RRS Lucknow, who will be delivering the inaugural speech for this webinar. I would simultaneously like to welcome the keynote and the lead speakers of the day, Dr. Gopal Krishnan from National Institute of Hydrology, UP, Dr. Ranu Rani Sethi, Scientist at Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar, and Dr. Bappa Das, Scientist at ICAR CCARI, Goa. These will be the speakers today, along with four other speakers from BAU Sabur. I would take this opportunity to welcome my colleagues from BAU Sabur who have joined in physical mode in this hall, as well as all other participants and delegates. I can see here that almost 70 participants have joined here online. Our webinar is also live streaming on ANRCM's YouTube channel. Many of them might have joined here. And I would like to welcome all those participants who have joined online and offline. And with these words, I would like to welcome all of you once again, wishing you all a very happy World Water Day, and I hope that the efforts that we do will go a long way in recognizing the importance of water conservation, and more so the importance of proper water management. So, thank you very much. I would now like to invite Dr. Sanjay Arora to brief the audience about the activities of ANRCM. Dr. Arora, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli. Good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
Yes, audible.
अच्छा, okay, thank you. First of all, I wish to extend my on my behalf as well as on behalf of ANRCM greetings to everyone on the World Water Day, which we are celebrating in the form of a national webinar. Most respected, our guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. M.S. Hadda, former professor of soil conservation from PAU Louisiana. Respected Dr. Y.P. Singh, sir, ICR Emeritus Scientist and Senior Vice President of ANRCM. Dr. T.K. Srivastava, Vice President, ANRCM and Principal Scientist, IASR Lucknow. Dr. Atul Kumar Singh, President of ANRCM. Dr. C.L. Verma, Dr. Chidilal Verma, inaugural guest speaker. Eminent speakers, Dr. Ranu Rani Sethi and Dr. Gopal, and dear participants and other speakers from BAU Sabor, Dr. Kohli as convener of the today's national webinar. First of all, I extend my gratitude to Department of Soil Science, Bihar Agriculture University Sabor for joining hands with ANRCM to organize a one-day national webinar to celebrate World Water Day. And this year the theme is glacier preservation. Basically, we are focusing on soil water as a resource for the agriculture perspective. We will be more confined to the our means core area or the mandate of the ANRCM. The academy was established in Lucknow since during 2019, and it is a group of professional scientists, conservationists, researchers, students, and all we are working in the coordinated manner to for the wise use and management of the important resources, natural resources. And the academy is a non-profit organization. It has been registered under Indian Societies Act 1860 and devoted to the cause of conservation, development, management, and sustainable use of resources like water, soil, and forest, as well as environment. During past 5 to 6 years, the academy has undertaken several activities for generating awareness, sharing knowledge, and dissemination of technologies and advanced techniques for conservation and management of the resources. Water is important resource, as you all know, and today we are celebrating World Water Day. Food basically requires two important resources, soil and water, and ANRCM is devoted for that. And as per the theme of today, World Water Day in 2025, it highlights the importance of glaciers for life and water cycle and the challenges of their rapid melting. And this melting has means it has caused a threat to the water security as well as the different ecosystems. It can also affect agriculture to a large extent in the coastal areas as well as in the hilly areas. So some of the important discussions will be held today, keeping in view the issues and challenges for water conservation. This webinar has been organized, and I hope that deliberations and discussions during this webinar will be very important for students who have joined in large number and registered as a participant for this webinar. With the blessings and support of our uh, former chief patron, late Dr. G.V. Singh, ex-DDG NRM ICR and former VC JNKVV Jabalpur, Dr. D.K. Sharma, former director CSSRI Karnal, and our patron, Dr. Y.P. Singh, Senior Vice President, Dr. T.K. Srivastav, and Dr. Atul Kumar Singh as President. We have total 72 life members from 17 states of India and over 2,200 associated professionals in the form of joining us in every activity from diverse disciplines in science and allied subjects. So the Academy has organized till date 8 national level events and 3 international web seminars and conferences and 2 training programs in which we got overwhelming response from the participants all over the world, and we are thankful to all the participants who have shown their trust, faith in our academy. The academy publishes half-yearly e-journal, Journal of Natural Resource Conservation and Management, that is available on the official website of the academy, www.anrcm.org. All the volumes of the journal are available as open access on the official website. And till date, we have 4 volumes and 2 issues every year that has already been published. And we request that participants should also contribute their articles for the journal, and so that their contribution can be recognized. The academy is striding with pace and innovations, having visionary ideas, and have a professional and scientific background in which we can help in NRM activities in during the coming years. We have also undertaken consultancy with GIZ and having discussions with many other organizations for consultancy works on soil, water, and environment conservation. So on behalf of ANRCM, welcome the distinguished and renowned guests and speakers who have agreed for deliberation during this national webinar. I also welcome the executive members, editorial board members, and life members of the academy, and my dear participants who have joined us online. The academy has nurtured uh, to the young brains for scientific instinct, and we are also trying to organize a youth workshop in coming days. Uh, so this is mostly about the academy, and I urge all the participants who have joined, if you have a similar means thinking and liking with the scientific professional society, it will be a good platform for you, and you can join as a life member of this society. And on this occasion, uh, all we should all uh, take a pledge for conservation of water from our home itself, so that we can help in conserving the natural resources, especially the water, which is uh, presumed to be scarce in near futures. And as per the proverb used during our youth times, that the next war will be on water. So this day should not arise, and we should take and act today. And so I thank Bihar Agriculture University Sabor, especially Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. D.R. Singh, Dr. Anshuman Kohli, Dr. B.P. Mandal, Dr. Chandrabhan Patel, Dr. Sonal Kumari, for taking pains in organizing this national webinar, and co-organizing secretaries also who have contributed for this webinar. So I thank you on behalf of ANRCM and hope the deliberations will be fruitful. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kohli. You may continue, please.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. It was nice hearing you about all the details of the NRCM, and I hope the audience who have joined the NRCM meeting for for the first time would like to further continue in our other activities as well as try to become a member of ANRCM also. So with your permission, I would like to move further and I would like to invite Dr. YP Singh, Senior Vice President ANRCM Lucknow and co-chairman of this session for his address. Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kohli Saab. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody on this very important event. Friends, today is the International Water Day, and everybody knows about the importance of water. And the topics chosen by Dr. Kohli Saab and his team, that sustainable water conservation in perspective of climate change, is very important, and it is a need of ours. So we have to focus what is the importance of the water in our daily life, and we have to discuss during this event that what are the challenges we are facing on the management of water and what strategy we can plan. Our policymakers, what or our researchers, what strategies can prepare for this conservation of natural resources, especially water. So friends, thanks to the organizer, I would like to give thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to participate in this important event. Friends, today we gather to celebrate the International Water Day, a day dedicated to highlighting the importance of water in our life. As you all knows that water is the foundation of life and it is essential for human survival, economic development, and environmental sustainability. Water is the most precious natural resource on our planet, as you are known, that it covers about 70% of Earth's surface. Water covers about 70% of Earth's surface, but only 2.5% is fresh water. Means we are only 2.5% is fresh water, and rest of the water is whether it is saline water or unusable, you can say that. So with the global population, you are very well known that global population is increasing very drastically, and now it is expected that by 2050 our the world population will be about 9.7 billion. 9.7 billion population, and so that the pressure on this precious natural resource is going to increase day by day. So we have to be very cautious that how
आपला कॉम्पिटिशन नहीं होता इधर
precisely.
तो भाड़ा नहीं देना भाई अपन
हेलो हेलो, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो,
हाँ सर, आ रही है बीच में
आवाज आ रही है? So
yes,
it's
yes,
very a big challenge for us that how preciously we have to use this important natural resources, because our population is increasing and day by day our water availability is decreasing. So these are there are many more challenges before our policymakers as well as our researchers, that the main challenge is the water scarcity. You might be knowing that about 2 billion, over 2 billion people live in water stress areas, and this number is expected to increase. About 2 billion people all over the world are living in the water stressed conditions, and this situation is becoming worse in days to come. And another challenge is the water pollution. Water pollution is day by day it is increasing because of human activities. It may be due to human activities such as industrialization, agriculture, urbanization, and these are the contaminated water resources. So these are the certain activities through which this our groundwater is polluting, and one of the major groundwater pollution problem is continuous use of the fertilizer, chemical, and pesticide is also one of the important parameter which is creating problem for in the water pollution. And then another challenge which we are facing, and our the topic is also covering that the climate change is another important challenge. Our water scientist, basically on water scientist working on water management, the climate change changing precipitation pattern. You are known that in the climate change, changing the precipitation pattern is changing day by day, earlier there was rainfall for a certain period of time, but now this rainfall is erratic and not in a uniform systematic way. So this is another challenge. And then increased evaporation because of increasing temperature due to climate change. You have known that the temperature is increasing, and because of increasing this temperature, the evaporation rate is increasing day by day. And the water loss through evaporation is also increasing, and rising sea level after water availability and quality. The sea level is also rising because of the increasing temperature and climate change. This is another challenge. And then to address these challenges, we have to address these challenges. In our researchers should think over it, that how we can mitigate these challenges. Or so to address these challenges, the important aspect is the water conservation. And water conservation, so we can conserve the water through reduce water waste जो पानी का हम लोग जो वेस्ट करते हैं, उसको हम कहाँ तक कैसे इसको रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं. हम अपने डेली लाइफ में, ड्यूरिंग इन आवर डेली लाइफ वी कैन यूज सर्टेन थिंग्स through which we can save our wastage of water. And then increase water use efficiency. It is another challenge for the researchers, that how best we can increase the water use efficiency. And then another is the promote water saving practices like अपने घर में ही हम लोग डेली जो वाटर को यूज करते हैं, उसमें बहुत सारा वाटर हमारा वेस्ट होता है. अगर हम अपने घर से ही हम अपनी, जैसे हमने जो हम अपनी गाड़ी, वैसे देख रहे हैं आप लोग, गाड़ी जो है कोई धोते हैं आजकल, तो पाइप लगा करके पूरा गाड़ी धोने जा रहे हैं. तो जैसे जहाँ पर हमारा एक बाल्टी पानी में गाड़ी हमारी वॉशिंग हो सकती है, वहाँ पर हम कम से कम 50 लीटर पानी से अपनी गाड़ी को धो रहे हैं. तो इस तरह की चीज़ें घर में हम अपने जो हम अपना किचन गार्डन करते हैं या अपने गमले करते हैं, उसमें मैं पिछले 15 साल से रूफटॉप गार्डनिंग कर रहा हूँ. मैं वाटर सेविंग का मैं बहुत सारे मेजर्स मैं अपने गमलों में उसको आप देखिए कि ड्रिप लगा करके मैं पानी देता हूँ. ड्रिप मेथड से मैं अपने सारे गमलों को इरिगेट करता हूँ. और वो उस तरह से हमारी डेली लाइफ में हम बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे मेजर्स करके भी हम वाटर की सेविंग कर सकते हैं. एंड देन so the another this address challenge. Another issue is water harvesting. Water harvesting के थ्रू हम इस जो हमारे challenges हैं उनको water harvesting collect जो हमारा रेन वाटर है उसको we can collect this rain water. Although government is promoting that water harvesting or rooftop water harvesting is going on in most of the states, government has implemented this mechanism that each and every house more than this particular size will be having the water harvesting structure. So that is another also another solution for addressing these challenges. And then watershed management. All you are well known that watershed management through watershed management may protect and restore our natural habitats. And innovative technologies, through these innovative technologies we can address these challenges of the water issues. And then this innovative technologies include maybe desalination, and then water recycling, and then precision irrigation and smart water management practices. These are the certain innovative technology through which we can address these challenges, the water conservation measures, and adopting these water conservation measures. And another is the encourage transboundary cooperation. Transboundary cooperation means that one country to another country. There should be collaboration in one country to among countries and states also. जैसा आपको पता है कि जो हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री जी थे अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, उन्होंने सोचा था कि हम जो रिवर लिंकेज का जो हमारा प्रोग्राम था वो प्रोग्राम अभी इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पाया. अदरवाइज जो रिवर लिंकेज वाला जो हमारा था वो भी वाटर कंजर्वेशन और वाटर मैनेजमेंट में बहुत बड़ा एक मील का पत्थर साबित हो सकता था. किसी स्टेट में देख रहे हैं आप फ्लड आ रहा है, जैसे असम में, और किसी स्टेट में उड़ीसा और उधर उसमें कहीं ड्रॉट आ रहा है. तो अगर हम रिवर लिंकेज का प्रोग्राम के थ्रू भी हम वाटर मैनेजमेंट और वाटर कंजर्वेशन को, वो जो प्रोजेक्ट था उसके थ्रू भी, दैट इज आल्सो एन इम्पोर्टेंट important issue through which we can address these water management challenges. So we can say that, and you all know that agriculture is the main water user in the and basically this rice wheat cropping system. Rice wheat cropping system is a major cropping system to utilize this water, and about 70% of the water withdraws and 93% of the water consumed worldwide. So this is the agriculture is the largest user of water in all region of the world. And rice, among the agriculture crops, rice is the major water consuming crop. With the so with these we can save in rice. Even in rice field देर इज एक नया वो जो लोगों किसानों के दिमाग में ये है कि हमारा राइस का फील्ड जो है हर समय भरा रहना चाहिए। वो जो कंसेप्ट है वो भी कंसेप्ट बिल्कुल गलत है। तो वाटर सेविंग वहाँ भी राइस में हम कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई हैं, जैसे अल्टरनेट वेटिंग एंड ड्राइंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटिन्यूअस शैलो सबमर्जेंस है, एंड सैचुरेशन विदाउट सबमर्जेंस है, एंड देन ड्रिप इरिगेशन है, कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ बंड्स एंड स्पिलवे। मैं एक एग्जांपल अपना प्रैक्टिकल में आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, जो मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस था है। मैं एक बार मैं एक लखनऊ से और बाराबंकी की तरफ जा रहा था, तो मैं वहाँ देखा कि किसान एक पूरा उस किसान का करीब 1 एकड़ का खेत था, और 1 एकड़ के खेत को वो एक ही मुहारे से, मुहारा मतलब एक जगह पानी काट दिया, और पूरे 1 एकड़ खेत में एक ही जगह से पानी ट्यूबवेल का चल रहा था, और किसान और उसका वाइफ दोनों लगे बैठे थे मेड़ पर, और उनका डीजल इंजन चल रहा था, और डीजल इंजन से वो 1 एकड़ के खेत को एक ही जगह से पानी दे पूरे खेत में दे रहे। मैं अपना गाड़ी रोक करके मैं उनके पास पहुंच गया। मैंने कहा, भाई ये क्या कर रहे हैं आप, के साथ धान में पानी लगा रहे हैं? हमने कहा ये पूरा 1 एकड़ के खेत में, इसमें आपने बीच में कोई बंड बनाई है क्या कि नहीं? कि नहीं साहब, कोई बंड नहीं है। हमने कहा अगर आप इस 1 एकड़ के खेत को अगर आप 4 पार्ट में डिवाइड कर देते, इसके 4 पट्टे बना देते, तो आपका कम से कम जो डीजल आप ट्यूबवेल का फूंक रहे हैं, तो कम से कम आपका 1.5 घंटा 2 घंटा तो डीजल टाइम बचता, और कम से कम आपका 200 रुपये का डीजल जो है आप डीजल सेव कर सकते थे। और इतना आपने अभी सिर्फ इतने और 4 मेड़ बनाने में आपका इतना नहीं लगता जितना आपका खर्चा एक्स्ट्रा हो रहा है। तो दीज आर दी सम स्मॉल स्मॉल थिंग्स थ्रू विच वी कैन सेव द वाटर, वी कैन कंजर्व द वाटर। सो वाटर इज वेरी प्रीशियस। जैसा कि डॉक्टर अरोड़ा साहब ने कहा कि आने वाला जो हमारा जो विश्व थर्ड जो वर्ल्ड वार की जो बात हो रही है वो वाटर पर ही होने वाला है। तो फ्रेंड्स, in conclusion, the water management is a critical issue that requires immediate attention. By adopting a holistic approach, incorporating integrated water resource management practices and principles, and implementing effective strategies, we can ensure a water secure future for all. It is time for us to take action, conserve water, and to protect our planet, most precious resource. So with these words, I again thanks to the organizers and Dr. Kohli Saab and his team, and Dr. Sanjay Arora and ANRCM for giving me this opportunity to say something about the water conservation and water management and water related challenges and issues which we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaidya Singh. I'm really indebted to you for giving such a nice speech on this occasion. Actually, you have highlighted, you have enshrined, you have listed so many measures for conservation of water that this very statement that you and Dr. Arora said that if there would be a third world war, it would be on water. But I hope so that if everybody follows your outline activities and takes these type of precautions, there would be no world war at all in future. So we sincerely hope that the theme of this, the very purpose of organizing or observing the World Water Day is to be judicious in using water, proper management of water, and if that is done, we would be able to avoid another world war or a catastrophe like that. Thank you very much, sir. We are indebted to you for various support that you have rendered from time to time for the society. I may like to make everybody else also aware that Dr. Vaidya Singh has also been acting as a consultant on behalf of our society, academy, and this has been a very good beginning for the society also. So thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Next, I would like to invite our guest of honor for the day, and also the teacher of many of us, Dr. M.S. Hedda sir, who is a former professor at Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. So, Dr. Hedda, please welcome, and the screen is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli, and all the organizers of the ANRCM team members. I'm really delighted to be with you on today's World Water Day. And since you are celebrating the sustainable water conservation in the perspective of changing climate. So I shall be addressing with respect to the water demand and its efficient management for irrigation in agriculture sector in Indian context. So as we are well aware of the situation that Indian agriculture sector, which supports nearly all of the population, not half as quoted by some IMI people, it faces challenges in ensuring efficient irrigation. However, despite the significant investments in irrigation in infrastructure, issues such as water inefficient, regional disparities, and infrastructure decay occurred. So, in addition to this, we understand that water supply varies significantly across regions, and basin water is in plenty in the northeast part of the country, where the Brahmaputra and Meghna basins, but few places there are, and there is a land availability and food production is low. However, in the northwest of India, the water resources are diverted for the crop production to the extent that this region supplies food to a deficit region of country, making it a largest provider of virtual water. That is, water is embedded in food in the country. And scarce is in the south and west part of the country as a naturally dry areas, which are under indicating increasing demand and aquifers low storage capacity. And similarly, in the peninsular river part of the country, highly vulnerable monsoons that occurs only from 2 to 4 months. So we are where the tank irrigation system is practiced. So we are having a deficit of water. So despite these significant investments in the irrigation infrastructure, the issues which have prompted with the passage of time or with the advancements of the technologies, the different challenges faced by Indian irrigation system are water scarcity and over extraction, inefficient water use, poor maintenance of irrigation infrastructure, regional disparities in irrigation coverage, climate change impacts, and floods. So these are some of the things which have really created a time to think and pause how we can have the proper water conservation and its proper management with the passage of time. And how this problem has evolved, we all know that since the beginning of the 20th century, where India stood on the recipe of the food crisis with the rapidly or the exponential proper population growth, history of devastating famines, and nation faced the looming threat of food insecurity. And in response, the visionary policymakers and dedicated scientists ignited the Green Revolution, that the movement that transforms the India's agricultural landscape with the introduction of high-yielding varieties coupled with chemical fertilizers, pesticides, improved irrigation techniques, led to substantial increase in food production. Now with this, the major contributors to this green revolution through the Punjab and Haryana states, in 1970, they doubled the wheat production, but they ended the hunger, boosted the economy, and strengthened the national food security. However, this success came at a significant environmental cost that we know with today also I was reading that from green revolution to sustainable evolution, India needs to shift. So why there is a need to have shifting? Because now we are having in the state of Punjab, we are exploited 165 blocks to its maximum extent, which is almost in the dark gray zone. And if we are continuous to have the imbalance of recharge and discharge of the water, so we are likely to lose this water in another 15 to 20 years in the state of Punjab. And groundwater extraction is the major cause for its real losses. And we need to shift the policies, we need to shift our thinking to make it a successful way. Now, with this,
Dr. Hatta, please unmute because of some disturbance.
okay.
Hmm.
So, as a result of this, earlier you were able to listen properly or not?
It was okay, but
okay. So now this report discussed the implications of future food and water demand under the business as usual scenario. So India's total water demand for irrigation, industrial and domestic sectors have increased 22% and 32% respectively by 2025 and 2050 from the estimated withdrawals of 680 billion cubic meters in 2000. However, the industrial and domestic sectors accounts for 54% and 85% of the additional water demand by 2025 and 2050 respectively. And the groundwater use will contribute to the major share of future irrigation water withdrawals. On the supply side, the several basins will reach the physical water scarce condition by 2015, where remaining utilizable water supply cannot be developed further without making a severe impact on environment and riverine water users downstream. And the groundwater abstraction to increase significantly, and many basins will have unsustainable water use regions. So as already spoken, that we have to thought of critically how to recharge from natural rainfall, and return flows in some regions are not adequate for meeting the increasing demand. The agriculture water demand projections have accounted for expected changes in consumption patterns. For example, the Indian prominence in the food grains diet is changing, and food grain consumption will continue to decrease from 470 grams per person per day in 2000 to 454 and 417 grams by 2025 and 2050. Similarly, we have to look for products like vegetable, fruits, vegetable oils, and animal products, primarily from dairy and eggs, will provide a major part of nutritional intake by 2050. And due to increasing animal product consumption, feed grain demand will increase significantly from near 8 million metric tons in 2000 to 38 and 1,111 million metric tons by 2050. So ultimately, this created an imbalance, ecological imbalance, where we are mining our water resources. Now there is alarming situations in the state of Punjab where we have shifted to the paddy wheat cultivation, and water table is declining at the rate of almost 75 centimeters to more than a meter in the dark gray zone areas in the central districts of Punjab. So the answers to this will be, we have to look for how to modify for the crop diversification. The production surpluses of rice and wheat, no doubt, they are going to offset the deficit and will have the great production surpluses over the demand. And another is that we need to have more cultivation of oil crops and fruits that will have the production deficits by 2050. And the crop diversification will decrease the overall value of crop production deficit from 9% in 2000 to about 4% by 2050. And further, there are some sensitivity analysis which have indicated the groundwater efficiency, crop productivity could significantly alter the business as usual food and water demand projections. So ultimately, there should be a need for reduction in the water for meeting the projected food demands and increase in food production from projected level of business as usual irrigation withdrawals. So in fact, we have to improve upon the water use efficiency, go for the crop diversification, go for more raising of the oilseeds crops and fruits. And however, we are to look for the varieties of basmati or the other rice growing areas. We can sacrifice some area by using the short duration varieties, which requires the less water demands, which are growing to say, last for 100 110 to 111 days. And in addition to this, the state of Punjab has put up a legislation, the Subsoil Water Act, where they have shifted for the transplantation of the paddy to the 20th June of every year, so that we can replenish the groundwater to the top surface. Having the more of the um, bringing to the water level to the ground surface. That has really helped. Already the results are remarkable and showing it. In addition to this, the direct seeded rice technology is developing and on a larger scale. And the groundwater expansion, as already indicated, is influentially driver of the future water demand. And this not only reduces the withdrawal requirement, but also led to the higher crop productivity and economic benefits. So we need to curtail it and we need to supplement it with the, for example, where we can have the abandoned wells, they are lying at PAU also. We conducted such kind of studies where they are showing critical benefits. And wherever we have the excess water available through the canal systems or the otherwise the water courses they are being lined in the state. So it has to be on a war footing, the critically thinking that which are the water deficit areas and where the quality of water is not good, like in the southwestern districts of Punjab, like in the central districts, we are already heading towards the desertification. So there are several options available, as already indicated by Dr. Singh and Dr. Arora, that we are going to have the wars over water that is happening in some of one or two villages in Punjab. People have migrated to the other. They don't have even a drop to drink the water or feed to their animals for their livelihood purposes. So we can have the artificial recharge programs. So this is not only confining to the rural areas. We need to think of the peri-urban area also, where the artificial recharge of the water is possible by reducing it, recycling it, and further using it for the appropriate places. And India can also, country level, we can have the physical and institutional interventions where including the micro irrigation techniques, regulating the electricity supply, and introducing efficient water markets. And similarly, we can have the reduced uncontrolled pumping in many river basins, depending on the extent of success of these programs. Groundwater expansion will continue to be reduced and can be expanded depending upon how we are benefited through the water use efficiency. All technological interventions can be put in, whether you are using it on the short duration variety, or you're going for the land and soil management, or you are using the another direct treated rice. There are permutations, combinations of all of the land management, water management, the crop management, and the other kinds of interventions are required. So to meet all these things, the government of India has launched these several kinds of initiative. Not only the government of India for efficient irrigation management, like the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana, and then the state government today, there was a slogan by the Haryana government the National Mission for the Sustainable Agriculture, Jal Shakti Abhiyan. It has been promoted water conservation and recharge groundwater movement through rainwater harvesting, the watershed development and rejuvenation of water bodies. Atal Bhujan Yojana, repair, renovation, and restoration of water bodies. The National Water Mission, the major aim was to conserve water, minimize its wastage, ensure more equitable distribution across and within states. The mission also promotes integrated water resource management. And there could be solutions for efficient irrigation management. We can expand the drip and sprinkler system of irrigations that can save up to 40% water compared to the traditional method. So that is the major advantage of the drip and sprinkler systems of irrigation. And keeping this into view, the recommendations by the Nihar Shah Committee in 2016 recommend scaling up micro irrigation to 50% of the total irrigated area. There could be the decentralized water management, empower local communities and panchayat to manage and maintain the irrigation projects, enhance groundwater recharge. Then the Central Groundwater Board in 2021 advises expansion of artificial recharge techniques in critical zones. And the further, which the need of the time is that we have to stop exploiting the groundwater resources. Like we are really facing a trouble in the state of Punjab, where they have already made a Punjab Water Resources Development Authority. So comparing to this, the Haryana government has also made. So both are states, though they have contributed, no doubt the UP is also contributing now, the Madhya Pradesh is also. So I had a chance to see the Madhya Pradesh state also. There also the water table is very, very large. I think at 400 to maybe 500 feet down, the water table is very, very low. The another where we have the sustainable water use and economy-based solutions are crucial for long-term agricultural productivity. So we need to follow a balanced approach for integrating technological innovation, policy reforms, local participation will ensure water security for the future generations. So, and today, since there was the Kisan Mela at the PAU, the key title was Keep Groundwater Sustainability at the Forefront. So this is being inaugurated by Dr. Gurdev Singh Khush, who is a World Food Prize winner. And they have already advocated that we need to think of how to optimally utilize, how to conserve the water, though at the cost of reducing it to the short duration and the short statured varieties of the rice, which requires the less time to mature, can be some of the advantageous situations where we need to think of. And similarly, there is a California State University, Dr. Sharon Banks. She also advocated that because, as we all know, the warmer weather throughout the global scale, and we have the increased water supplies and groundwater depletion. And in 2014, the law enactment in California was set to conserve water resources by 2042 through the sustainable use of water. She also advocated sowing of non-water intensive crop varieties and knowledge exchange between PAU and California State University to address agriculture related challenges. So these are some of the eye-opening things with the messages very loud and clear by the state governments, even by the private sector also. For example, the Vedanta company, they have also put up a major advertisement in the paper transforming the lives one drop at a time. And the strategic approach indicated that the water management aims at ensuring a sustainable water footprint for us, more water for local communities and thriving ecology, improved water availability in water-stressed regions like Rajasthan, benefiting peoples and local biodiversity. That we all know that since where we have the rice is a water guzzling crop, we are to up to the dry land areas of the crops, such as in Rajasthan, oilseeds, pulses, and the other kinds of crops are really possible where the water demand is very less, though at the same time using the all kinds of interventions of the land, the resource management, the soil properly managed, the water efficient package of practices which are being advocated by state universities or the concerning institutions where they can be helpful. The Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain 2025. So this is the Jal Sanchay, Jal Bhogidari, Jan Jagrukta Ki, or Government of Haryana today they put up this kind of slogan. So then today I saw an article by IAS Suresh Kumar. He's a retired principal secretary to the Chief Minister of State of Punjab. From green revolution to sustainable evolution, India needs to shift gears. So already he advocated that however there could be a divergent stance. Diversification is not one-step solution that where we can only give the benefits to one thing. Like for example, he has also quoted that Rajasthan and Odisha has the highlights the potential of crop diversification. The diversification alone cannot resolve India's agricultural sustainability conundrum. The lack of infrastructure for market access, processing facilities, and financial support, particularly market-linked incentives. Thus, an integrated approach combines diversification with agroecological practices. Precision farming, improved resource management is crucial. And to adding to this is the Andhra Pradesh zero budget natural farming initiatives as an example. Then we have to have the synergistic policy, science and technology, where nowadays, we are really advocating the use of artificial intelligence with the advancement in technology, though we have been doing it in the agriculture system. It is on a larger scale being practiced in the health sector services, the banking. In agriculture also, we have been doing like the mapping part for agriculture water management, now the robotic systems, the laser land leveler, and plus this, since with the passage of time, we are having the satellite imageries based, or you are using the geographical information system, that they are going to use it in the precision farming, satellite-based soil health monitoring, chain-powered supply chains, or optimizing resource use, etc. And to caution ahead, the Suresh Kumar has indicated that some research have indicated that if we spent about $1,000 on sustainable agriculture, a staggering $100,000 is allocated to chemical fertilizers. So it means to produce the chemical fertilizers, a really an imbalance has been created which needs to be, so almost 100 times imbalance, what we spent and what we produce, and giving a subsidies of the chemical fertilizers. This is a report by FAO 2020 that has really needs to be addressed. So policymakers should accelerate the implementation of innovative solutions such as water credits, water coupons, incentives for climate smart agriculture, stronger financial mechanism for sustainable practices. Programs like Pani Bachao, Paisa Bachao need stronger policy backing and farmer engagement. So keeping all these points in view, realizing this vision requires the collective efforts of all scientists, policymakers, farmers, and consumers. Only through a concerted and unified approach can we evolve from green revolution to a sustainable evolution, ensuring the food security, preserving the natural resources, promoting the livelihoods for future generations. The challenge before us is to transform it, creating a resilient and sustainable food system that that meets the needs of all. Thank you very much. I think I have exceeded my time limits. So giving me an opportunity by the ANRCM to share with some of my viewpoints, which is very burning the nation. I think on a global scale, water is really a precious resource, so we have to use it with caution. We have to save it for our future generations. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. We credit you
For your
for providing your lifetime of experience, for sharing your lifetime of experience with the audience here. We are thankful to you because you have been associated with our academy for so long, and you have participated in almost all the events in various capacities. So thank you very much for being the guest of honor for the day's webinar. And next, now I would like to invite Dr. C.L. Verma, former senior scientist at ICR CSSRI RRS Lucknow, with his speech entitled Epochal Water Crisis. So, Dr. C.L. Verma, please.
Namaskar. First I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Arora Sahab and other organizing members for giving me the opportunity to present this small presentation before the audience. As you see, the name of the topic is Epochal Water Crisis. That is, epochal means yugi. Water cycle, we have so far studied annual hydrologic cycle. But here I am going to present nearly 11 hydrological cycles, because this is the end of the Kali Yuga. So Yugi Yugi hydrological cycle I am going to present, and then what are the associated crises with water at present we are going to face in coming future. I generally used to recite this shlok from the Atharvaveda, that is Mata Bhumi Putro Aham Prithibhya Parjanya Pita Sa Unah Ipartu. ये माता पृथ्वी जो है हमारी माता है, और जो पर्जन्य अर्थात बादल जो जल के प्रतीक हैं, जिनसे जल प्राप्त होता है, वो हमारे पिता है। तो जल की इतनी बड़ी महत्ता को कहा गया है। पृथ्वी के लिए एक श्लोक है, देहयति शा विदेहयति पंचभूत संधारिणी मृदा ददाति पोषण पुष्टिम पोषणम चा माता सा सर्वेशाम। ये पृथ्वी जो है हमको हमारे शरीर को प्रदान करती है और पुनः अपन अंदर समाहित कर लेती है, ये पोषण प्रदान करती है, इसलिए ये सबकी जो है माँ है। डॉक्टर साहब जरा सा स्क्रॉल नहीं। There are various theory of evolution. I have listed a few here just for a ready reference. For example, brain world, big splat, plasma field cosmos, cosmic ego trip, holographic universe, steady state universe, multi superfluid space time simulation theory. There are many more, but I have listed few that there are large number of activity presents has evolved. So a new one, which is a hybrid of spiritual thoughts, and the modern science, that is super conscious breathing cosmos. So it's a combination of Big Bang and Big Crunch. So it's like breathing out. So the Brahma, which breathed it and again inhale it and exhale it. The whole universe is alternatively done. That is why the theory's name is given as super conscious breathing cosmos. Between these two poles, all creation, even how Panchbhutas are formed, how Kal is appearing in the nature, how it is disappearing, all other things, it is all happening together. You see here, there is a concept of Bhrunit Kal, embryal Kal is given, how it proceed ahead. So the topic is slightly different. So I have just listed how the Panch Mahabhuta they are formed. Panch Bhuta means all element, basic element, that is Chit, Jal, Pavak, Gagan, Shamira, how they are formed actually. So given in sloka form, and I have written the English translation of the same. So I would read couple of sloka, not all. For example, the second one, Swasochvasati Shashwatam Nityam Mahasfotam Sankaucham Param Panchabhutan Jivani Devani Tatha Jayate Nirantaram Ubhay Madhye. The Brahma, super conscious singularity point, breathes by Big Bang and Big Crunch, and between two epicenters of Mahachetana, Panch Mahabhut, living creature, and devas come into existence. Ati chaitanyaghatenduta balayam visarpayat ritumatim atura prakirnyan anu vidyut varshanam nistaran kalan nabhancha graha mandalam. By the absolute impact of consciousness, an intense light slips into the Brahm exerted by the extreme eager of menstruating women and start expanding the range of subatomic particle, space, galaxy, planetary, and time. Kal, that is, Kal and time is entirely different. So when time and collective consciousness is put together, then that term is called as Kal. Generally, we use both them as a synonym. सर इसका जरा नीचे कर दें तो ये वाला. So that way, this is the, सब जा नहीं रहा, लाइट नहीं जा रही नीचे, देखना चाहिए सब बार बार, इससे नहीं है. So you have heard the name of three devas, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Vishnu is that force of the nature, or Brahma, that transformed the Brahma into particle. Vishnu means making the energy into particles. So that is Vishnu, creation power. So that way it is written in different slokas, and a new theory has been presented. I presented it in the BHU for the first time. So I'm not going to repeat it because it is not needed at here. Here we are going to discuss more about the how water cycle is going to take place. Then there is another term we quite oftenly try to discuss, that is the Ardhanarishwar. When we talk about the Shiva, another Deva of the Brahm, another power of the Brahm is Shiva. So that is known as, he is called as Ardhanarishwar. And for understanding Ardhanarishwar, there are 7 layers of mind. So if you understand that one, you can easily understand what Ardha Shiva and what Ardhanarishwar means. So first one is the platform where our mind is working as resting, that is conscious mind, over that one super conscious mind, then again over that one collective conscious mind, then at the last cosmic or universal collective conscious mind, and below that one it's unconscious mind, then collective unconscious mind, then cosmic or universal collective unconscious mind. So unconscious mind, so our mind is made up of two parts, conscious and unconscious part. So unconscious is Prakrit, that is Parvati, and conscious part is Shiva. So that is why concept of Ardhanarishwar came into being. So here one can understand. This is the shape of, this is the description of the mana. Then comes the Kal. You know, unit of Kal in our Indian scripture is Yug, and Yug you means pair. There are definition if you want to understand what is Man. Very, you might have not heard this terminology. That is why I have written it. Very new, but very means very informative. For example, what is Man? Your mind. So it is instantaneous inverted matrix or sectional mold of God. Then what is God or Ish? Instantaneous equivalence of Man or mind. Then Kal and Ishmana, collective epicenter of cosmic mind. That is the Kal. Collective epicenter of cosmic mind is known as or termed as Kal. So, and unit of Kal is in our literature is mentioned as Yug. Yug means pair of what? Ardhanarishwar, conscious and unconscious. So it always evolves accordingly. That is why I wrote this, because without understanding the unit of Kal, what Yuga means, and then it will be difficult to narrate the whole presentation. So there are units of the Kal, Yuga. Yes, please. Yuga. So this cycle of Mahayuga is 20,000 years. So in 20,000 years, 4 yuga passes away. 5,000 is allocated for Satyuga, then 5,000 for Treta Yuga, then for Dwapar 5,000, then Kali Yuga for 5,000. So totally 20,000. And this is the, we are going to end the Kali Yuga. So this is end of Yuga. So we are how water cycle is going to be changed at this stage. That is what I would like to discuss. So because our agriculture are all living creatures, they are dependent on the water only, and it is a symbol of highest consciousness in the according to Hindu scriptures. Let us go to the hydrologic cycle. That is important actually. So earlier I mentioned 7, but this time I enhanced it, and now I have listed 11 hydrological cycle. So first hydrologic cycle, daily hydrologic cycle, Naimittik. Then Pakshi, lunar hydrologic cycle, Krishna Paksh and Shukla Paksh. New moon hydrologic cycle and full moon hydrologic cycle. They affect our water cycle or not. If you see the tides and other things, it affects. Ancient agriculture, you see that there are directives that you have to sow the seeds during Krishna Paksh, not the Shukla Paksh, or like that. There are all the guidelines written. So then comes the monthly hydrologic cycle. Then comes the seasonal hydrologic cycle, 2 months. There are 6 seasons in our Indian subcontinent, So 2 months making a Ritu season. So Ritu is a hydrological cycle. Then annual here English was wrongly mentioned. It's not daily, but it's annual hydrologic cycle. Varshik Jal Chakran. Then decadal. Decadal, like El Nino effect, other thing, Dina and El Nino effect, they are they comes under this category. Then comes the epochal hydrologic cycle, 20,000 years cycle. Then comes the Antaryugi Jal Chakran, because after 14 Mahayuga, 71 Mahayuga collectively is called as Manvantar. So there is all the time consciousness of the globe is changing. So accordingly, hydrologic cycle also changes. Then comes the Manvantar. So 71 Mahayuga is one Manvantar, and you have heard or read from various sources that there was a pralay earlier. It is mentioned in Abrahamic literature and Indian literature as well. When earth was going to be destroyed due to heavy rain, then Lord Vishnu incarnated in form of a fish, and Manu Katha, how he guided Manu to make a big boat, putting all the biodiversity in the boats. And that was not the only important thing. Knowledge pool was also important, because if knowledge pool goes away, your progress will go to Stone Age. So he said, okay, keep the Vedas as well. That is knowledge pool. Keep the Vedas. It is symbolic actually. You keep the Vedas in the boards. Then who will narrate it? Who will understand? They said, okay, keep the Saptarishi also in the same board. So Saptarishi, those who understand the Veda. So they were also boarded on the board. So that was the story, how the knowledge pool and first genetic pool was saved by the Lord Vishnu. So, that was the Anshik Pralay.
वही सब है लोग सब्जी काहे की बनेगी जब रायता बन रहा है
Anshik Pralay. So that is Manvantar. Then comes the Kal, and that is regulated by Yugi. Water hydrological cycle is governed by the glacier or Ganga. I will be discussing coming. Then comes the Kalp. 14 such Manvantar. After 14 such Manvantar, a time unit is described as Kalp. So there, the creation is destroyed by the rain of fire. And then Mahapralaya means when everything is destroyed, new creation is formed. So hydrologic cycle, up to this, we have 11 tier system. Now moving to the individual cycle, you will see how hydrologic cycle is making effect on available water resources on the globe.
I have a question.
At this stage, you can note down, you can ask me later. Okay, so naimittic or daily hydrologic cycle. पोषयत जीवानि नित्यम संयमति तापम ततस्थ जलचक्रम नैमित्तिकम विभेदयत प्रदेशम जीवन च. It's humidity cycle actually. You are recording humidity, relative humidity every day. When you observe it is maximum at early morning, at the time of sunrise, it is maximum. So it again keeps on changing. So that is daily hydrologic cycle. You can imagine how it is going to affect the living creature on the earth, and how the moisture cycle is being controlled, governed, or changed, regulated by daily hydrologic cycle. You can imagine very well now. Next, that's up. तो बिल्कुल कह सकता ही नहीं हमसे. Then comes the lunar hydrologic cycle. There are two subparts: new moon hydrologic cycle and full moon hydrologic cycle, because tidal waves, they are linked with the lunar hydrologic cycle. So it also affects the atmospheric moisture cycle in the region. Then comes the monthly hydrologic cycle. and then Ritvi 2 monthly season wise hydrologic cycle. Then comes the epochal hydrologic cycle. Annual hydrologic cycle. Annual hydrologic cycle results in different season and regions. It makes different season and regions on the globes. It differentiates culture, rivers, and agriculture directly. Sambatsar. Okay. So then comes the ski or decadal hydrologic cycle, El Nino effect, and other disturbing factors. They comes under this one. They are also regulating, but their mechanism is still not fully understood. Then comes the Yugi epochal hydrologic cycle. This is governed by the Ganga. According to our mythology, Ganga. And Ganga is called as Tripathaga. Tripathaga means तीन पथ से गमन करने वाली. What is that? Glacier, then river flow, and the groundwater flow. All together, if you put collectively, Ganga means not only single river. Ganga is a symbolic presentation of all collective rivers. They are put together, then Ganga means all the rivers. And so it regulates all three. In 20,000 years, it is said that, in many Puranas, it is said that कलिकलमशेन संतप्तौ गंगा विष्णुलोके क्षमागमिष्यत् संचयम च संरक्षण जलम जलभृतै कलौ धर्मस्तु जायते. Suffering Ganga due to accumulated sins of Kali Yuga, you depart to Vishnulokar Vaikuntha Dham. Hence, collection, preservation of water in aquifer would become dharma in Kali Yuga. Because at the end of this era, you are going to face severe water. There will be no flowing river left on the globe because glacier they are melting. Only there will be seasonal water flow in the rivers. Groundwater condition, those who if you go to refer the literature or if you see the statistic, you will know how water table is severely declining in various parts of the country and over the globe. So we are going to really face a severe water crisis problem. So the leftover solution is conservation, groundwater recharge, saving and preserving conservation and utilizing it sensibly is going to become a dharma in this yuga. Then comes the Antaryugi Jal Chakran. Antaryugi Jal Chakran. In between there are again Chakran. Then comes the Kalp. Kalp is regulated, as I told you, Yugi is regulated by the Ganga, but Kalp is regulated by the carbon cycle.
Central government health
accumulated cosmic carbon cycle. संजातः शिशिरम अंशेन वृष्टया.
कार्ड इशू होता है जो सीजीएचएस से ट्रीटमेंट कराने के लिए.
कल्पचक्रम दुराधर्षो विशोषयति जलम संवर्ताग्निनः संचित कृष्ण रजम संदहनेन संभवति कल्पः पुनः कल्पम पुनः पुनः. तो कल्प में जो है ये रेगुलेट होता है, जैसे जो 20,000 साल का जो हमारा चक्र है, that is regulated by the Ganga, that is glacier, groundwater, and the water flow in the rivers. It all together, if you put, it regulates the yuga. So, but in Kalp, Manvantar, I told you, in between Mahavrishti, आंशिक जल प्रलय के कारण से जो होती है, भगवान विष्णु का अवतरण मत्स्य के अवतार में, knowledge pool और biodiversity के restoration के. Then the last one, which is very important, that is Kalp Jal Chakran. Kalp Chakram Duradharsho Vishosiyat Jal Samvartidagnah Sanchita Krishna Rajam Sandahanena Sambhavati Kalpam Punah Punah. This is regulated by the cosmic carbon cycle. We have burned or we are still burning accumulated carbon in form of coal, petroleum product, natural gas form. We are burning them and we are disturbing the nature's balance system. And this time, when we are going to have a problem with water evaporation from the river and surface bodies, because अग्नि वर्षा के कारण जो है कल्प का परिवर्तन होना है. तो इमेजिन इफ देयर इज atomic war or any उल्कापिंड को क्या कहते हैं? Asteroid. If any asteroid strike the Earth, then what is going to happen? Because of extreme heat, the water from flowing rivers, glacier, it is going to be evaporated. So this time, this destruction. So unfortunately, this time, Yuga is going to change, Manvantari is going to change, and all three time scale is going to change at a time, like second needles, minutes needed, and hours needed on a watch, you see, coming over each other. So this is what going to happen. So you can imagine the problems what really going to happen at this juncture of the time or call. So up to this, we are more concerned. Other one which is still far away from us, that is Mahapralaya, when all the systems will be destroyed for new creation. So that is not of that important, but we should understand that is also going to happen. So महालय का है सृष्टिलयम उद्भवम च जलम प्रलय चक्रम ध्रुवम ब्रह्मा त्यजत देहम तदालयम सृष्टिम संवर्धनम। सृष्टि का उद्भव एवं जल लय प्रलय चक्र सुनिश्चित है। और उस समय जब महाप्रलय होता है तो ब्रह्मा जी का, आप कहते हैं ना ब्रह्मा अमर है, नहीं, ब्रह्मा की मृत्यु तब हो जाएगी। मतलब इट मीन्स ऑल द क्रिएटिव फोर्सेस दे विल बी साइलेंट एट दैट टाइम, there will be no creation left. So after some time, then again it will restart that cycle. Then like then what is message at present? जलम तो प्रथम पोषणम आधारम सृष्टि सर्जनम एतत् रक्षेयुः प्रयत्नेन महायज्ञम जीवन प्रदम। वाटर इज द फर्स्ट नरिशमेंट and base for the creation of nature. Therefore, it should be protected effortfully, which is Mahayagya, giving sustained lives on the earth. So that was the all about the water hydrologic cycle, and then describing, giving further description of what is going to happen in coming 10 to 15 or 50 years time. We can skip it because time is running very fast. How agriculture has evolved. You see, organic farming, natural farming, biodynamic farming, rishi farming, panchagab farming, native farming, homa farming, permaculture farming. So all this has evolved in a very short time. There is a going, it will keep on evolving. So what is more problematic, we are going at this stage, our knowledge pool and diversity pool is at great risk. Imagine if there is a great war, atomic war, certainly both are going to be vanished. So this artificial and your tour to the other planets both together is going to save biodiversity and knowledge pools. You have to take all these materials and pools to the other planets, and then after the destruction, when everything will be stabilized, it will automatically taken on the earth. Those things we can discuss in some other lecture, but this is more problematic. We should be prepared for coming future. With these words, I end my presentation. Thank you. Here is the last slide. We should recite this spiritually actually. Om Dev Shantaritantariksha Shanti Prithvi Shanti Rapa Shanti Rokhadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Ravishwe Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagwan Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Rama Shanti Redi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening all of us with your speech on epochal water crisis. So your speech has been spiritual as well as very thought-provoking, and I hope that most of us would have enjoyed it. So this actually your speech connects spirituality and a traditional wisdom to the science of water. And in fact, we all will appreciate that these days ICR and all agricultural universities are emphasizing on bringing traditional knowledge into the curricula. So I hope that whatever you have started would over the years be a part of the curricula in the university education system. And thank you very much for enlightening all of us. So, with these words, I would like to just conclude this inaugural session type of thing, and then we will move forward to our formal program with our keynote speaker, first keynote speaker, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. Many of you might have been aware about the profile and works of Dr. Gopal Krishnan. He is currently scientist E at the National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, and an ex-researcher, Indo-Gangetic Basin, Groundwater Resilience Project, British Geological Survey, United Kingdom, and IARS, ISRO. Dr. Gopal has over 24 years of research experience in many methods of hydrological evaluations, surface water and groundwater hydrology project management, and field investigations. Dr. Gopal has expertise in isotope hydrology, hydrogeochemistry, and water studies. He has supervised 4 awarded PhD theses at IIT Roorkee, University Chandigarh, BHU Varanasi, and SCOSS Kashmir. Has had 17 master dissertations, 1 C.V. Raman Fellow in Ghana, and 1 DAAD Fellow in Germany. Dr. Gopal has published more than 100 international journal articles and more than 15 book chapters and edited 2 books. He has developed international collaborations with BGS UK, HTWB Germany, IAEA Vienna, and Iowa. Has widely traveled internationally and has got awards such as the Fellow of the Association of Global Groundwater Scientists in 2025, received recognitions as AWRA Member Spotlight in 2020, Certificate of Appreciations, Best Paper Awards in various seminars and conferences, and successfully completed a study in Mahadev River and carried out a study in Joshimath area. He has conceived and delivered various research projects funded by national and international agencies, and at the national level, he has completed projects by Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, for Punjab Government, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, and many more. He has received recognition for a member of a special committee constituted by National Green Tribunal on depleting groundwater levels. He has been a member of various committees for preparation of DPRs and other investigations. He is a fellow member of the Society of Earth Sciences and a life member of Indian Association of Hydrologists and many other professional societies. So with this small introduction, I would just like to invite Dr. Gopal Krishnan to take the stage and deliver his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, a very good afternoon to everyone. I think it is noon. So, respected dignitaries present here and guest of honor. Today, the title of my talk is Application of Isotopes in Water Resource Management. So, I will not take much time on introducing this. I will straight go to my next slide. So, first of all, I will say that if we link various spheres, we can see here if the sun is above and the atmosphere. So most of the activities which are taking place here, those are in the troposphere. And then after troposphere, there is a stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere. So most of the gases which are present on the above Earth's surface, they come to our Earth's surface from the spheres like troposphere, and then come to the lithosphere. Lithosphere is the Earth crust, where most of the elements, minerals, those are present, and those come and that get dissolved into the water. Then is your biosphere. All the living beings in our this planet Earth, right from the, you can say, ocean or the Earth surface or microorganisms, all those constitute the biosphere. Then is our hydrosphere, water in any form. That may be your groundwater, surface water, or like your atmospheric air moisture and water in the living beings. So all this constitute the hydrosphere. So all these spheres are interlinked. So here you can see if anything happens to the lithosphere, if any trace metal or metal that get dissolved, mineral get dissolved into the water, that is all are get affected. Our biosphere get affected, hydrosphere get affected, and similarly the atmosphere. So anything in the atmosphere that comes down in the form from the dissolve the precipitation and comes to the Earth's surface, then again it affects our hydrosphere, biosphere, and lithosphere. So all these spheres are interlinked. So now I will come to the hydrological cycle. Typical hydrological cycle well described by previous speaker, but the hydrological cycle, which is on our Earth, you can see here the sun is the main driver of this cycle. The water from the ocean gets evaporated. And we see the hydrological system. These are the interconnected processes like your evaporation, and then your transpiration, precipitation, and then condensation and then precipitation. And from the precipitation, the water comes to the Earth, and either it goes in the form of stream flow or it infiltrate and percolate down to form the groundwater. So there is also a groundwater flow. So you can see from again that from the surface water flow or to this flow, it moves back to the ocean, and this cycle continues. So our okay, then distribution. If you say the after this hydrological cycle, how the water is distributed in various areas, the previous speakers in the inaugural sessions, they have informed how much is the fresh water and how is the saline water. So if you see, we quantify this water. You can see here the usable water is mainly our either snow melt water, which comes down in the form of streams, lakes, and rivers, or the groundwater in the fresh and the fresh groundwater source. Other saline groundwater we cannot use, or the other the water is also present in the soil or in the atmosphere. If you see the global water distribution, only 2.6% of the fresh water is available, and this 2.6% is formulated by ice and glacier. 1.7% that we cannot use easily, and groundwater is the water that we are using mostly, that is 0.76%. And there is also active water 0.1%, which is found by the lakes, wetlands, river, soil moisture, atmosphere, and living beings. And up to this we all know, and but how this water gets replenished, that is the main scientific issue. If we see the ocean and glaciers and groundwater, the water gets replenished after 100 and 1000 years, 100 to 1000 years. So this we know by getting the groundwater or the other type of water, or finding the residence type of water. There are various tools which are present to find out these things. Then rivers get replenished after every 16 days. You find the new water in the rivers. And if you talk of the atmospheric air moisture, after every 8 days, this water is the atmospheric air moisture is replenished, or it becomes renewed. So if you see what can the isotope tracers can do, isotope tracers are essential tool for better understanding of the source, mixing, movement, and recharges, because we know the previous speakers has told what the issues of the water. But if we know if you go to the doctor, he will check our pulse and our temperature and everything. Then he can tell about he can diagnose, and he will he will give some prescribe the medicines. But if we are not knowing from where the contamination is coming, where is the source of contamination, or why these things, what is the origin, so we can find this using the environmental tracers. Like groundwater. Groundwater is invisible. Surface water is visible. If it gets contaminated, and any issue to the surface water can be we can go for some remedial measures and management. But for groundwater, we had to make it visible. So how can we visible? If we have the reliable data, like of groundwater quantity, or the its fluctuation data, or its groundwater level data, or groundwater contamination data, if we have that, and if we are able to map that data, so we can find out the because the groundwater is not in one aquifer, there are multiple aquifers below the earth surface. So if we found the problem in any of the aquifers, we can solve that. So isotopes offer a set of unique tools which are often the cost efficient. So then so we are able to answer the certain questions, like what is the origin and main source of water, any present repletion of groundwater, consequences of intensive exploitation of groundwater, groundwater recharging, risk of contamination, salinization, or fossil. Even we can date the groundwater. If the generally groundwater is of two types. One is the active groundwater, which is continuous taking part in the hydrological cycle. But when it is the groundwater which is an isolation, that is also called, because that groundwater is not taking part actively in the hydrological cycle, we also call that is a gold groundwater or fossil groundwater or dead groundwater. So there are the other things are that two different aquifers are interconnected. How the aquifers are interconnected and what is the connection between them? Are they horizontally connected or they vertically connected? This all can be found through the isotope techniques. And how can we rejuvenate? Our institute is the nodal agency for the springs identified the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So we can find out how to rejuvenate a dying spring and what are the sources of the spring. So if we recharge those sources, we can again rejuvenate the springs. So how can identify a pollution-free source of water? If you know the part of the contamination or the point of contamination, so we can check that and we can get a pollution-free water with for industrial purpose also, colonization also. So then is your next is the what is isotope now? Isotope is just a one body of the water appears such much like the another. So if we say hydrological cycle, the isotopic signature, they changes from the source of the water from evaporation. The source, the signature are different, groundwater different, rain different, river different, and the vapor different. So you can see the concentration of oxygen and isotopes undergoes the small changes. The heavier isotopes, whenever the evaporation is there, the lighter isotopes, those get evaporated first. When on the contrary, when there is the condensation, the heavier isotopes will fast first on the groundwater. Then is the what are the isotopes? Isotopes are the, if you see the atom, the electrons are revolving around it. It has a nucleus. In that nucleus, there are protons and neutrons. The number of neutron is more than the proton, then its weight is higher. So its atomic number is same. The atomic weight is different. That is called the isotopes. So here you can see these are the hydrogen isotope. Hydrogen has only one proton and one a neutron, but if there are two neutrons, then it becomes the deuterium. It has three neutrons, then it becomes the tritium or tritium. So but the protium and deuterium is stable form and the tritium is the radioactive form. So radioactive are those atoms which are those isotopes which continue emit the radiation until and unless they become the stable. They emit the alpha, beta and gamma radiation. Then is the oxygen isotope. Oxygen has 8 protons and 8 neutrons, but if neutron number is 9 and 10, then it becomes the O17 and O18. So by this combination, the water is formed and there is 18 type of waters we can get. So this water gives a unique characters, fingerprinting of water. By doing the matching those fingerprints, we can identify from where the water is coming and what is the source of that water. So this is the classification of isotopes, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. In unstable isotopes, there are artificial and natural unstable isotopes. So artificial are controlled, which can be manufactured like tritium, cesium, and lead.
Dr. Gopal, is there any issue? I think there is some technical issue. We can wait for 1 or 2 minutes.
Please call him to ask, because I think he has logged out and there are, but he can now log in because there are less than 100 pages. If he has been logged out. 98. He is not in the list of participants.
Just I am calling him.
Meanwhile, while we are waiting for Dr. Gopalakrishnan to rejoin, I would like to make an announcement that during this webinar we also have planned a water e-quiz. The link is already shared in the chat. I'll again be sharing it after a while. The water e-quiz will begin sometime after 12 noon, which will also be announced. And the water e-quiz will be for a duration of only 15 minutes. Once it is open, we'll announce it on this platform, and then it will be open only for 15 minutes. So there are a number of questions. You can attempt as many as possible and try to submit it before the closing time, which will also be announced, so that you do not miss on that. So I invite you to also be a part of the quiz. After the presentation by Dr. Gopalakrishnan, we are waiting for another keynote speaker, Dr. Ranu Rani Sethi, will be speaking on maximizing agricultural water productivity through groundwater recharge studies. Thereafter, we'll have a presentation by Dr. Babba Das on water stress detection using remote sensing, followed by a presentation by Sonal Kumari on bio-inspired hydrogel to combat water stress and rain-fed ecosystems.
Sorry for this technical glitch. There was some issue. So,
Welcome back, please. Continue.
am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are
Hello?
audible.
Yes. So I was showing this. There is the abundance. The lighter isotopes are abundant. So what we do, we go for the ratio of the lighter to the heavier to the lighter isotope. And similarly, we take some references like Vienna standard mean oceanic water, and from that ratio, we can get the concentrations of the these isotopes. So we see the natural variations of these isotopes, we can find out the standard light oceanic Antarctica precipitation, Greenwich isotope sheet precipitation, and similarly for the carbon isotopes, there are carbon 12 and carbon 13. These are stable carbon isotopes, and 14 for used for the carbon dating. Generally, tritium we do for the when the water is up to 50 years of old, and if more than that, then we go for the carbon dating. So these are the basic techniques, and noble gases also we use for the finding the ages of the water. So this is just we found up to 30 to 40 years, not more than that. And then there are boron isotopes, strontium isotopes, and these are the some of the molecular of the practical interest isotopes. So you can see here. These are the and how they get the characteristics whenever they travel from ocean to the continental or further to the hilly area, the isotopic signatures changes with due to the continental effect, latitude effect, or your gives a fractionation. I like in the when the evaporation is there, the phase changes. If we are sudden temperature change, that will be non-equilibrium. We are that is due to that is your radiative change. And if it is the slowly we are getting the temperature difference is slow there, then slow movements, then we go for the adiabatic process. So that is the equilibrium, kinetic equilibrium is there. So these are the fractionation zone, and we can find out since the rain which we are receiving here is from the different sources. Like if southwest monsoon, it is coming from the Arabian Sea or Indian Ocean, those have different signature. And if it is coming from the Mediterranean Sea, that is due to the western disturbance, those have the different signatures. So by this, the isotope characteristic, the water molecules are of different nature. So this is the fractionation of the water molecules in the air, and there are various effects. So due to the continental effect, you can see after traveling a certain distance, the values of the isotope changes, and altitude also from the ocean to the high altitude, the value gets the value changes, and we can find out. You can see after every 100-meter change in isotope, there is the change in minus 0.1 to minus 0.6 per mil in the isotope value. From the latitude also, the value gets changes due to the latitudinal differences. So if you see the isotopes in hydrology, in the groundwater, we can find you can see the seasonal changes in the seasonal variation in the O18 and delta values under the diminishing with increasing depths. So we do the tritium tagging technique also to find the groundwater recharge. If we put it in the soil, and then the movement of that particular isotope we found in the deeper aquifer. Then is the isotope variations due to the different phases. For this, the global network of isotope has been established by International Atomic Energy Agency, and from that we can find, because all the water which is coming to the Earth's surface is in the form of precipitation. So if we have the systematic values of those precipitation, we can easily find out the what are the value for this is for the whole world, and India is also participating in this. So it is valued by the United Nations International Atomic Energy Agency. So here you can get the isotope signature of all the precipitation and the water which we collect. We find it in this line. This is the global network or database for the precipitation values. So these are the various lines which were developed all over the world. Our institute has also developed for some parts of the India. How the values the water of the changes. If you see when the water is evaporated, this line will be changed. This is will called the evaporated water. And when there is the ocean water, the line will change from this global meteoric water line. So by change, we can identify the source of water. If you bring the water in different glasses or different pots, and we do the isotope analysis, we can find out which is the source of that water. Then you can see this is the analysis done for the groundwater of India. You can see how the isotope signature changes right from the Patna or the Kakinada, Belgaum, which Kakinada is the coastal area, and up to Jammu. The values changing. So, and from this we match those values. This can be because groundwater is generally less affected by the evaporation as compared to the surface water or river water. You can see the groundwater is of the meteoric region, and we can find out the groundwater recharge value. So if we see the the average river water, so we can see the river values are more susceptible to the changes in your and lakes and reservoir for isotope change, because there the evaporation effect is more, the temperature effect is more. So if you see here, you can see here the what we can do: soil moisture variation, origin source of groundwater, recharge source in groundwater. There are various application of isotope. We can find the salinization, artificial recharge, groundwater surface water interaction, which is also very much important. One of the speaker has also told about the river linking, and the surface water groundwater interaction is very important, because in lean season the groundwater feed the river water. So that is, and then I have also informed you the spring rejuvenation. We come to the surface water studies. The surface water, we can do the water balance and dynamics of the lakes and reservoirs. Snow ice melt contribution. This year's theme is on glacier. So in glacier studies, we can find out the what is the glacial melt contribution to the river water, what is the snow melt contribution, and what is the contribution of rainfall. So all these sources can be found out using the then we can also find the seepage and leakage from the water bodies like in dams, reservoirs, and the suspended and bed sediment transport. So the interconnection of water bodies, soil erosion, sources and tracing of pollution, we do the CGM and lead rating, where that we can find out the sedimentation rates. This is for the one more study. This is for the atmospheric moisture. As I told you, after every 8 days, the atmospheric moisture that changes. And here we can find out the departure and arrival of monsoon. So here we can see the every time on the when the southwest monsoon comes, the values deplete. So, and when monsoon withdraws, again it regains the same value of the isotope. By this cycle, we can find out the arrival and departure of the monsoon. So we can also find out the contribution of local evapotranspiration in precipitation, and the tracing out the hydrological cycle, environment pollution tracings, and global pattern of mass transmission of in the atmosphere. So the major studies which our institutes have done for some of the studies, some speakers had told about the Southwest Punjab. This was the study we have carried out in the Punjab. There was the apprehension that the salinity is moving in the below the ground, and when we done this one of the project for the farmers welfare or this farmer commission, they have the apprehension that the salinity is coming from the Pakistan. By the isotope tracing technique, we have found that the what is the origin of salinity and how it is moving in the Punjab area. We have identified the different source of moisture, and we have developed a network of piezometer in Southwest Punjab to find out and find the interaction effect of the salinity and the various aquifers. So from this, we can find the different sources, and this study was well taken, and this study was also presented in the Punjab Vidhan Sabha by me in May 2021. So this is the one of the study we done for the World Bank. This is for the when Aravalli, foothills of the Aravalli, there was the freshwater zones, and these were getting contaminated. So we have systematically done the water aging from the center affected area towards the freshwater zone, and we found the water, how the water is moving, and we have also done the saturated indices. Saturated indices, what happen when there is the more dissolution capacity of the water, means it is fresh. And when it has more precipitation capacity, it means it is saline water. It doesn't dissolve more mineral in it, means it is already contaminated. So then what is the region of those contaminations? Those can be found whether those are naturally or maybe due to the evapo concentrations. Those can also be found using isotopes. And this is the leakage study which are considered for the UP government in just June 2024. There was a leakage in the dam, and we did the isotope analysis, and we used the environmental tracer, and we were able to find out the exact point of the leakage of the dams. So this was well taken by the this UP government and they were satisfied with the results. Then this is the evapotranspiration. We use this word as evapotranspiration, but we don't know what is the contribution of evaporation and transpiration in the evapotranspiration. So we collect the evaporation sample, we collect the air moisture sample, we collect the plant transpiration sample, and we can find out what is the evaporation rate and what is the transpiration rate by using the this isotope technique. So this is the study we have done with the your IIT Kanpur. And then this is for the DST funded study. Then Then is your glacier study. So in this glacier study in Alaknanda River, they were saying that it is most of the precipitation, but we were able to find out how much is the glacial melt. So we found that glacial melt was the snow melt was contributing more as compared to the rainwater to this Alaknanda River. And this is we have collected the ice core samples of altitude, and we have found the altitude effect contribution in this glacier. So these some of the studies, these were carried out by our institute. And that's the current studies which are based on isotopes. We are corrected for the hydrological studies of Naini, Kumaon, Himalaya, estimation rates and patterns of sedimentation, salinity studies, rates and patterns of Mansar Lake, hydrological aspect of Lake Naini, estimation of patterns of then isotopic characterization of selected rivers, evaluation of artificial recharge measures, integrated hydro to watershed in Uttarakhand, integrated hydrological NCT Delhi, stream flow modeling of Bhagirathi River, then identification of Tulkesi Dam, and the surface water groundwater interactions, dating of water, surface water groundwater interaction, proper Yamuna River Board, National Program Isotope Fingerprinting of land use, then groundwater dynamics of the Beach-Swab area, management of exploited roads, assessment of groundwater resources, and these are the studies. So we can, and the expansion of the Indo-German Competence Center. Here we have found out contribution of river to the well and how that can be utilized for the development of the well. So with this, I will conclude my presentation. So please, if you have any question, you can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal Krishna. You have given a very elaborate presentation on application of isotopes in water resource management. I hope these would be applicable and very useful for water managers or researchers on water in the field of agriculture, engineering, water management as such, policy planners. Everyone would be benefited by your deliberations. The house is now open for discussion. We have time for providing a couple of questions. So if anybody wishes to, so you can please unshare your slides so that you can see the, whoever wants to ask a question may please unmute himself or herself and switch on his video to ask the question. If anybody wishes to answer a question. Anybody? Or you can just put up a question in the chat box so that I can read it out for him.
I don't think there are any.
Any participant who wish to have any query with Dr. Gopal presentation can write on the chat box.
Okay, I don't think there are any questions.
Okay, then if you have in later part, then you can write it. We will communicate to Dr. Gopal and have his observations on that. Thank you, Dr. Gopal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So we are thankful to Dr. Gopal for sparing his valuable time and deliberating on the important issue, and as the ANRCM is celebrating World Water Day. So we hope that you will be one of our future members of ANRCM that we will be having in our as a professional member in the ANRCM. So thank you, Dr. Gopal.
Thank you, sir.
Now we have one of our keynote speaker, Dr. Renu Rani Sethi. Dr. Sethi earned her bachelor's BTech degree in agriculture engineering from Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology, Bhubaneswar, in 1995, and thereafter she completed her master's from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from IIT Lucknow. She began her career as scientist in ICR Central Soil Salinity Research Institute in 1998 and then moved to Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar. And she is presently working as principal scientist in the discipline of soil and water conservation engineering in Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar. Uh, Earlier, she was very busy today because the Indian Institute of Water Management was celebrating World Water Day also. She was there in that program. So we are thankful that she has considered our request to be a part of this webinar. She has a number of publications. She is chairperson of a publication committee, GEM nodal officer in her institute. She is specialized in the field of irrigation water management, groundwater use in agriculture, soil and water conservation measures in watershed, remote sensing and GIS application in irrigation water management. She had made significant contributions in the development and standardization of rainwater harvesting structures with recharge well for hard rock areas, development of comprehensive water resource planning for coastal creeks areas, irrigated areas of Odisha, groundwater pumping options for coastal area, development of innovative trend analysis for evaluation of groundwater storage in river basin. Few of our technologies has been certified by ICR, which includes design and field evaluation of groundwater recharging structures in hard rock areas, integrated watershed water management strategies for enhancing water productivity in canal commands. She is involved in many of the district level activities as well as state level activities, and she has got good funding from international funded projects, maybe from Australia, World Bank, and even NABARD, DST, NEST. And she is recipient of many awards, including the Gold Medal Award by Soil Conservation Society of India and Junior Research Fellowship by IWMI Colombo. And she is deputed to Western Sydney University in Australia under the Reward Program. And she has published more than 60 research publications in reputed national and international journals, and she is an active member of the ANRCM and many of the societies, professional societies. So before I welcome, I wish to convey to the participant that please keep yourself mute if you wish to listen to the deliberations. Otherwise, due to disturbance, we have to remove your presence from the list. So kindly bear with us. Dr. Ranu, please share your experiences.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this chance to present this topic on this World Water Day. My slides is visible, sir. Can you just inform?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will be talking on this maximizing agricultural water productivity through groundwater recharge strategies. Today is World Water Day, and this year theme is glacier preservations. This glacier is related to groundwater because whenever the glacier melts, it adds to the groundwater recharge. So I will consider this groundwater as one of the important factors on this World Water Day. To just brief about the background, like why we are discussing about this groundwater, we know that nearly 40% of the irrigation water globally, it is made from the groundwater, and it is essential for food production and rural livelihood. But it has many issues and challenges. because of increasing groundwater abstraction for agriculture and household use, declining water tables due to excessive withdrawal, over extraction threatens in sustainability, and risk to water security and agricultural productivity. So there is a solution also for these challenges of the groundwater. The important one is the groundwater recharge. There are many factors which affect this recharge, like weather conditions, sources of different sources like irrigation, rainfall, then soil type, slope, water table depth, surface cover that covers the vegetation, barren, etc. So when we approach the groundwater management issues or groundwater management factors, we should understand about the promotion of the water harvesting structures and its impact on groundwater management. Then policies to improve the recharge and prevent the depletion. Main objectives of the recharge is to maintain or increase the natural groundwater reserves, conserve excess surface runoff or surface water, prevent the progressive groundwater depletion, avoid saline water intrusion and imbalance, ensure post-monsoon water availability for agriculture. Because whenever we are talking of water, we need to correlate with the agriculture. So there is need for sustainable groundwater use for agriculture, effective recharge techniques which will ensure the long-term water security and conservation efforts and responsible uses. So there are many types of the recharge because it is one of the important component. Also, it is very means it is not clearly visible, but there are many ways how we can estimate the recharge and many ways how we can quantify the recharge. Mainly, it is of two types. One is natural recharge, one is artificial recharge. Natural recharge, it mainly occurs through the rainfall because whenever there is rainfall, that occurs the recharge also. But it depends upon the soil permeability, vegetation cover, and the land use. And in artificial recharge method, there are many methods which we usually construct or divert the structures or construct the structures to divert the runoff water for the recharge. So among the man-made methods to increase the groundwater recharge, the structures like check dams, recharge basins, recharge well, percolation ponds, water harvesting structures, these add to the recharge. And whenever we study the groundwater components, we need to first highlight the issues like where there is need of recharge. Even though recharge occurs naturally, but sometimes we need to estimate the actual recharge which has been occurring. Then we have to select the appropriate methods, whether it should be the natural or artificial methods to enhance the recharge. Then that it should be the planning or designing of the recharge structures, whichever structure is feasible for that location specific situations that we have to understand. Then analyze the impact of the recharge systems. When we talk of these methods of estimation, very simple method, that is water balance method, is usually used in many of the areas. In this, the recharge is estimated based on the precipitation, evapotranspiration, and the runoff. And most common method which is adopted by the Central Groundwater Board and many of the agencies, that is water table fluctuation. In this, the seasonal water table depth is being monitored, and the water table fluctuation method is used to quantify the recharge. Then other methods like chloride mass balance method, racer techniques, soil moisture budget method, these are also being used to quantify the recharge in different locations. So just to find out these few of the common structures which also act as the recharge structures, and also their functions it being is very useful, that is check dams, recharge well, percolation ponds, and the recharge basin. All these are very quite common in watershed management aspects, and its design is also very simple, but the location of the structures we have to identify based on the previous experience, or we have to carry out the detailed study for that locations to quantify or identify the locations where the structures could be constructed. Among the different methods, rainwater harvesting system is the common method in which the collection of the rainwater harvesting structure, it is also important. It is being implemented in many of the cities nowadays, and it can be used for direct recharge of the storage for the latter use. And there are structures like gabion structures in the watersheds where maize boxes are filled with stones and it is placed in the streams so that runoff water is diverted for groundwater recharge, which reduces the water velocity and promotes the infiltration. So effective utilization of the recharge water in agriculture. Actually, whenever we are talking of agriculture, then we have to study the agricultural component also to quantify the amount of water that is available for crop production. For sustainable irrigation practices, the advanced nowadays the advanced techniques like now it has been the common method like micro irrigation system like drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, subsurface irrigation. This not only reduces the water use but also increases the water productivity. So we also have to select the crop according to the amount of water availability. And recently, the drought resistance crops are being promoted in many areas to reduce the water demand. Then crop rotations should be there to maintain the soil moisture and reduce the groundwater use. And controlled water extraction. Nowadays, smart irrigation scheduling, it is based on the weather and soil moisture, so that exact amount of water what is available, that only being irrigated, that only being used for irrigation purposes. And water metering devices has been implemented to monitor and regulate the groundwater use. Then integrated water management. This combines the surface and groundwater to reduce the dependency on the single source, either maybe from the surface water, canal water, or groundwater. Then to store the excess water during the rainy season for the use of the dry periods. Soil moisture conservation techniques, which includes the mulching, cover cropping to retain the soil moisture, and conservation tillage to reduce the runoff and infiltration process. Now I will present few of the case studies which is being completed or it is being carried out in our institute on groundwater recharge aspects in the hard rock areas and its impact on improving agricultural productivity. One of the study we had conducted in one of the hard rock areas in our Daspalla block in Odisha, where our objective was to first select the suitable locations for which the construction of the recharge structure is needed, and we design and construct the field evaluation studies for the recharge structures, then standardize the design components and optimal number of recharge structures through the simulation modeling. So initially, we have taken the study area along with our department of soil conservation and watershed mission, and we had selected one of the areas. And in this area, the main problem was like excess water during the monsoon season and non-availability of water during the pre-monsoon as well as summer season. Due to this, even though the soil is fertile, even though water is available plentifully during the monsoon season, but no crop was grown during the Rabi and summer season. So taking this problem, we had first initially surveyed and we had taken all those information from the field as well as the satellite imaginary data. Then we did the hydrological analysis to know the locations or existing water bodies which is present and what is the water table depth in those areas. Then we have used this AHP technique to classify these images, and also we have used the land use land cover map and delineated the recharge potential zones by considering this land use land cover, slope, drainage density, soil map, geomorphology. Then we have used the ASP techniques of weighted overlay analysis and identified the groundwater recharge potential zones within this watershed. It has been found that out of the 637 hectare watershed area, mostly only 111 hectare is only suitable for construction of the recharge structures. Then we have conducted the field study along with the field officiaries and found out the locations what we have observed during our analysis. Then we have correlated with this and found out few of the locations where we have constructed few of the rainwater harvesting structures and also recharge structures in those structures, so that water availability will enhance and water will be available during the post-monsoon season. So these are the tanks we have constructed rainwater harvesting structures along with the recharge wells, and we have monitored the water table depth. So 15 days interval throughout the study period. Actually, this project was for 3 years. Initially, we had taken all this water balance data by considering all the components, and we have installed piezometers, observation wells all along the structures, then monitor the water table depth. And this is the recharge well which had been constructed in these locations to quantify or to measure the water table depth and also quantify the recharge effect. This is the basics formula which is being used for water balance approach. We have taken all the surface runoff, subsurface flow, rainfall, evaporation, and the percolation seepage data by using the observation well and percolation ponds. Then we have estimated the impact of the recharge structures from these locations in that area. So it has been found that nearly annually the recharge rate, it has increased up to 25 centimeter in these structures, and this recharge capacity is also enhanced. To know the area of influence of the structures, again, we have constructed series of the observation well from 5 to 10, 15, 30, like that in, interval from meter distance from the structures. Then we have found that approximately up to 300 meter there was the impact, and about 15 hectare command area is being it is being benefited due to the construction of the structures. And after the construction of the structures, it was observed that the dog wells which are present below the structures, the water level in those structures has been enhanced, and the farmers started growing the vegetable crops during the Rabi and the summer season. So it was found, and also farmers also found that the water level has increased in the dog wells. To quantify the amount of water available in the dog wells after the construction of the recharge structures, we had done series of the pumping test analysis, and also found out and quantified the amount of water that is being available for due to the recharge, and it can be used for the crop production. So based on that, crop planning has been proposed in those locations. And also we have used these techniques, simulation technique, to quantify the number of recharge structures which is feasible and which will be optimal for this watershed, so that water table depth can be enhanced. So this is one of the picture before the pre-intervention of our technology, and after the post-intervention of the technology, where the Kharif, Rabi and the summer crop area has been enhanced, and it also increased the net return of the farmers. So due to the construction of the structures, there is increase in the Kharif crop area as well as the Rabi crop area and summer season, and net return from for the farmers we have also estimated. This technology has been demonstrated in many of the forums by conducting the field day observations, and we have interacted with many farmers and village level officers regarding these structures, so that it can be replicated in other locations. So there is benefits in the economic also impact. Now another project we had completed, we are conducting, that is reviving the defunct dog wells. Actually, dog wells are very common in the hard rock areas, but due to the construction failure or many other reasons, these dog wells are now lying back. They are not using the dog wells. So for that, we had asked for the funding from RKVY, and Odisha state government has given us fund for the reviving these dog wells, and we had selected in one of the area in Noyagarh district, where most of the dog wells, around 1,000 dog wells, it is there, and we still now we have made functional of these dog wells up to 100 number of structures. In this, we have put the recharge shaft. After construction of the recharge shaft in these dog wells, the water level in the dog wells has also enhanced, and also the water level in nearby areas that increased. So that this is the first year of the study, and we are targeting that many of the structures that can be, the water level can be enhanced. And another project we are doing, we had completed, that is on the Green Climate Fund project, that is on groundwater recharge and solar micro irrigation system to ensure flood security and enhance resilience in vulnerable tribal areas of Odisha. In this, actually, in our Odisha, we had 631 tanks in which the recharge structures has been constructed. And to quantify the recharge structures and whether that the impact is being visible by the farmers or not, that is being observed. And we had we have evaluated the structures in terms of increase in the cropped area. So these are the structures in the minor irrigation tanks and this PR department tanks. Along with the structures, they due to the water availability during the monsoon and post monsoon as well as summer season. So nearby areas, they have farmers have started growing the crops, so crop area is being enhanced. So overall, we can say that maximizing agricultural productivity, it can be effective through the effective groundwater recharge strategies by implementing regulatory policies and promoting awareness and integrating traditional wisdom. This modern technology can help for efficient water management system, and by prioritizing the groundwater recharge and its effective utilization, we can ensure that agriculture remains productive while preserving the water resources for future generations. Ultimately, the sustainable water management, this should not be just an option, it is a necessary for achieving the food security and environmental sustainability in the years to come. Thank you very much, and happy World Water Day to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi. The house is now open for discussion. One or two questions, if anybody has any queries. Madam is available for that. Any of the participants, if you want to interact with Dr. Sethi, please unmute yourself, switch on your video, and you can ask. Okay, if nobody else has a question, Madam, I would just like to have your response on what do you think is the critical factor that will that an extension personnel or the policy makers should target to increase water productivity, especially in Eastern India.
Eastern India. Eastern India.
Yeah, what is the most critical factor that should be targeted by the extension workers, extension agencies, and policy makers to increase water productivity in agriculture?
Yes, actually, to enhance the water productivity, we need to exactly quantify the amount of water which is needed for growing crops. Because after that only we can apply irrigation. Or if you know the water requirement of the crop, accordingly we can provide the irrigation facilities. So this is the most crucial, I think, because wherever water is available, farmers used to irrigate abundantly without any restrictions because they have no metering system, nothing. So that is mainly needed to increase the water productivity so that we can quantify the exact amount of water which is required for the crops. Accordingly, irrigation planning should be there. So that is the most important, I think. That should be, the farmers should be sensitized on this only.
But the farmers, I mean, knowing what amount of water is being used.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, this is something that will be needed to calculate. But
yeah.
if you have to strategize to increase water productivity, knowing the amount of water that is being used, I don't know how this would influence. What type of strategy should be prioritized by the extension agencies and the policy makers to increase water productivity?
Yes. Actually, the strategy should be that the water, these losses should be minimized in the field. And like nowadays, everywhere it is check basin and like border irrigation. That method is common. So this micro irrigation system and where the water loss should be minimized, that should be encouraged in the government level, if you see.
I also appreciate this response. And in fact, I would like to share with everybody that, and you all might have seen that, when we used to study about water conservation or water management or irrigation or conserving irrigation water, you see, we have studied a number of methods and technologies, but something which even the farmers have adopted, even without much emphasis, is the use of pipes for irrigation, for conveying water into the fields. This is something which no extension agency has vocally tried to make farmers adopt. But then this has come on its own. We have seen people using very cheap plastic or polythene pipes, or sometimes other sorts of pipes which are available to them, which can easily be folded and then again stored. This is something which rhymes with what we said, that we need to reduce the losses, conveyance losses or other sorts of losses. That would be the best way to increase water productivity.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So we now move on to the next speaker for the day. He'll be Dr. Bappa Das. But before that, I would like to just inform all the participants that the water e-quiz would be available from exactly from 1 p.m. and the link would be closed at 1:15 p.m. So all those who would like to attempt water e-quiz have to do within that window and just ensure that you press the submit button before 1:15 p.m. because once the link closes, it would no longer accept any responses. Okay, the link to water e-quiz has been shared on the email of all the registered participants as well as shared on the chat box. I will again share the same the contents of that email in the chat box also. All those who are joining this webinar through YouTube channel of ANRCM may go back to their email, check their emails. They must have this link. So that will open at 1 p.m. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Bappadas to share his slides. Meanwhile, I would request my organizing secretary and my colleague, Dr. Bhavani Prasad Mondal, to please introduce Dr. Bappadas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Usman Puri, sir, our respected chairman, sir, for
please continue, Dr. Mondal.
Okay, sir. I'm happy to introducing Dr. Bappadas, sir. Dr. Bappadas is working as a scientist in agricultural meteorology at the Natural Resource Management section of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Central Coastal Agricultural Research Institute, Goa. He has completed his BSc Agriculture from Bihar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal. He got his MSc and PhD degree in agricultural physics from our premier institute, ICR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI, New Delhi. He has received the Agricultural Research Organization postdoctoral fellowship, one in Israel, and another is the ICR postdoctoral fellowship in India. His research interests are largely focused on characterization of abiotic stresses, application of remote sensing and GIS in agriculture, agrometeorology, and climate change. He is the recipient of the associateship from National Academy of Agricultural Science, NAS, that is the prestigious associateship, and West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology. He also received IRI Gold Medal, Young Scientist Award from NAS, Indian Science Congress Association Scientist, Indian Scientist for Plant Physiology, and also the ICR Jawaharlal Nehru Award and the Department of Science and Technology DST Early Career Research Award. He has published more than 100 papers, that is 110 research papers, both in national and international reputed journals, and has authored 6 books and 13 book chapters. Currently, he has an H index of 28 and I-10 index of 53 with 2362 citation in international literature. So I am requesting our Dr. Bappadas sir to give emphasize the today's topic regarding water stress detection using service.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you very much for the introduction and a very good afternoon to you all. So I welcome you all to my presentation on water stress detection using remote sensing. So I will be presenting my today's talk based on this problem statement that the cropping intensity of Goa, where I am currently located, is only 115%, while it is 127% for the whole coastal region, which is the mandated area for our institute, and India having a cropping intensity of 142%. So you can see there is a gap in cropping intensity in between India and coastal region and Goa. So why this gap is there? This gap is due to abiotic stress in agriculture. And this abiotic stress refers to the negative impact of non-living environmental factors on plants. And common abiotic stresses in agriculture include drought, that is water deficit stress, then salinity stress, nutrient deficiency or toxicity, temperature extremes, and flooding. So today I will be dealing with this water deficit stress or drought stress using remote sensing. So the traditional methods for monitoring abiotic stresses or water stress per se are time consuming, as we have to go to the field and take the samples, collect the samples and take the samples to the laboratory, analyze those samples, and that makes it labor intensive and destructive, and thus it provides limited spatial coverage. On the other hand, remote sensing techniques are fast, as we can capture the information about the object without coming into contact of the object, so making it labor saving as well as non-destructive, and it can provide a large spatial coverage. So keeping all this in view, we conducted various experiments at field, port, and laboratory, where we have induced the water stress, and then we have used various remote sensing data, starting from ground-based, aerial to space-borne remote sensing data. At the same time, we have measured biophysical and biochemical parameters which undergo changes under this water stress condition. And then we have tried to identify suitable bands, indices, and spectral models, which includes a very simple model like linear regression to very advanced artificial intelligence or machine learning models, which ultimately give rise to spectral-based phenotyping for water stress detection. And the basic principle behind this abiotic stress characterization using hyperspectral remote sensing is that this biophysical parameter can be represented as a function of reflectance, band depth, or indices. And this function is a numerical model which can be very simple, from simple linear regression to multiple linear regression to advanced models like random forest or artificial neural network. And here you can see, like our signature, the earthly objects have their spectral signature where the reflectance varies as the wavelength changes. So this spectral pattern can be used to retrieve these biophysical and biochemical parameter, which can be in turn used to characterize the water stress or any abiotic stress. So under water stress, there will be symptoms like wilting due to less water availability. Then there will be yellowing of the leaves due to destruction of plant pigments, particularly chlorophyll. Then decreased nutrient water uptake, decreased photosynthesis, and ultimately growth. And there will be accumulation of osmolytes and osmoprotectants in the leaves. So all these parameters can be monitored using remote sensing or hyperspectral remote sensing. So what we have done, we have used available hyperspectral indices in the literature, and we have tried to develop our own index, as you can see in these last two indices, first to characterize the water stress. So for development of the new index, we have calculated the ratio spectral index and normalized different spectral index in every two possible wave pair combinations in these formulations, and then correlation analysis were performed to determine the correlation coefficient between the calculated indices and respective parameters. And the optimal indices were selected by choosing the wavelengths that showed the highest correlation coefficient. So this analysis give rise to this kind of contour plots, where we can identify some of the areas where the correlation coefficient or coefficient of determination is very high. And if we zoom those areas, we will be able to identify those indices which are having highest correlation coefficient with the relative water content or any parameter which we want to estimate. Then after identification of the indices, the next step is development of the model and evaluation of the model. For model evaluation, we have used various parameters like coefficient of determination, correlation coefficient, D index, ratio of performance to interquartile range, ratio of performance to deviation, mean bias error, root mean square error. And this green color indices indicates more is better, means higher the value, better is the model performance. Whereas this red color indices indicates the parameters or error parameters where the lower value is desired. And this RPIQ and RPD is having classification system, like RPIQ value less than 1.5 indicates very poor model performance, 1.5 to poor model performance, 2 to 2.5 indicates good, and greater than 2.5 indicates very good model performance. While RPD value less than equal to 1.4 indicates unreliable model performance, 1.4 to 2 that is good model performance, and greater than equal to 2 indicates excellent model performance. So if we see, our proposed indices have outperformed all the existing indices with very high RPD values, which exceeds more than 4, so indicating very good model performance. So these indices can be used to estimate the relative water content which undergo changes under abiotic or water stress conditions. Then we have tried to develop the index for osmolytes or osmoprotectants which accumulate under water stress, like sucrose, reducing sugar, and total sugar, following the same process. And those indices were subsequently calibrated and validated. And we could see that during validation for all these parameters and both the indices, RPIQ value was more than almost 3, indicating excellent model performance. Now, if we closely observe the spectral signature of the plant as the relative water content changes around the water absorption bands, that is 970, 1100, 1400, and 1900 nanometer, we could see that there is a huge change in the reflectance in this region. And if we join the local maxima around this reflectance deep, and we perform a pre-treatment, that is continuum removal, we can quantify one parameter known as band depth, which undergo changes as there is changes in relative water content using this formula. So we have used this band depth to quantify the relative water content, and what we have observed that this 1400 nanometer band was performing the best during validation with respect to these model evaluation parameters, and it was having RPIQ value almost close to 4. That means this band depth can be used very well to quantify the changes in relative water content. But all the above said technique use only 2 to 3 bands. And hyperspectral data contains a rich, large information which can be utilized using multivariate models only. But these multivariate models, that is commonly used multivariate model, that is multiple linear regression, cannot be applied directly as the hyperspectral bands are highly correlated or multicollinear in nature. So we have to use various multivariate machine learning or artificial intelligence models, as I have shown in this slide. And I will be giving some of the details of this models in coming slides. So we all know about multiple linear regression model. This is having this kind of structure, that is dependent variable is represented as a function of independent variable in this format, and it is additive in nature, and it fails to predict properly when the number of descriptive variables, that is independent variables, exceeds the number of samples, and at the same time when the independent variables are highly correlated in nature or multicollinear in nature. So to overcome these limitations, partial least square regression model was proposed, and which is considered as gold standard in hyperspectral remote sensing, which is a combination of principal component analysis and multiple linear regression. The next technique which we have used, that is multivariate regression spline. And if we represent the input variable versus output variable in the form of a scatter plot, these scatter plots can be fitted with multiple splines, as you can see, multiple linear models which are possibly overlapping with one another, and there will be knots, and these are known as splines, and that's why it is known as multivariate adaptive regression spline. Then the next technique which we have used, that is support vector machine regression technique. This can be used for both classification and regression, and if we see this pictorial representation, there are two classes. One is represented by positive signs, another is represented by negative signs, and there will be some of the samples which are lying at the boundary of those classes. Those are known as support vectors, and we have to maximize this distance between these support vectors, and there we can fit one separating hyperplane which differentiate these two classes. And the main principle of support vector machine is that if we project our data from low dimension to high dimension, suppose this is a two-dimensional space, and this red circle indicate one class and green circles represent another class. So these are separated by a circle, which is complex to model. And if we project it into three-dimensional space, these two classes can very well be separated using a separating hyperplane or plane, which can be very easy to model. So that is the main principle of support vector machine. Then the next technique, which is the base of random forest and or boosting techniques, that is decision tree. And decision trees are non-parametric supervised learning method which can be used for classification and regression, and it contains a hierarchical tree-like structure where we have root node, then we have branches, internal nodes, as well as leaf nodes. So these leaf nodes indicates the class or your class level or the output. And these decision trees are prepared by recursively splitting our data into various subsets based on the features until the leaf nodes represents a homogeneous class or a regression value. And this is the base for other models like random forest. Why it is named as random forest? Because here the decision trees are grows randomly using the sample data set. And when the trees are grown randomly, we know it is known as forest. So this is named as random forest. It's an ensemble approach, means we are using a base learner decision tree, and this can be represented by this pictorially. So these blue circles represent the data samples, and these gray lines represents the individual decision trees. These decision trees cannot present the whole data set. So these are weak learners, and if we combine all those weak learners, the red line is formed, that is known as ensemble or random forest model, which can represent the whole data space. So here the main principle is many weak learners come together to form a strong learner. The next technique is boosting. So here the decision tree is trained in a sequential manner. So suppose this is the original data set. So first decision tree was able to predict these samples correctly, while these samples were incorrectly predicted. So these samples will be getting higher weight when we'll be training the next decision tree. And this goes in a sequential manner. So here is a sequential improvement in the performance of the decision tree. And the examples are this gradient descent boosting, ADA boost, XGBoost. Okay, and then last technique which we have used, that is artificial neural network, and this is inspired by our neural network in human, and it has 3 layers: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. These input layers and output layers, all these layers are having nodes or neurons, and these nodes and neurons in the input and output layer are fixed by the data set, while the main problem is to the node fixing the nodes or optimizing the nodes in the hidden layers. So we have used all these models to quantify this relative water content, as there was a change in the water deficit stress. And we could see that partial least square regression was the best performing model during validation with very high RPIQ values as compared to other models. Similarly, we have used these models to calibrate and validate or estimate the osmolytes or sugar contents. And during calibration, we could see that support vector machine regression was the best performing model, while during validation, multivariate adaptive regression spline was the best performing model for sucrose as well as total sugar estimation, while it was artificial neural network for prediction of the reducing sugar. And all these models were having RPD values more than 2, indicating very good model performance. So from this discussion, we could conclude that proposed indices perform better to predict the relative water content and sugar content as impacted by water stress. Band depth around 1400 nanometer performed the best for water deficit stress detection. And among the multivariate model, PLSR performed better to predict the relative water content. ANN and MARS were found to be the best performing model for predicting the sugar content as affected by water deficit stress. And in future, their work should be done on development of new hyperspectral sensors and platforms, which is always the ongoing work. And there should be work on improvement of data processing and analysis techniques to improve the performance of the models. And these data set can be integrated with other agricultural data to improve the model performances, and there should be development of decision support system which the farmer can use in the field, and directly using their mobile they can assess whether their crop is under stress or not, and accordingly they can take management practices. So I will conclude my talk with a question that will this be the future? Maybe I sound very much optimistic that a plant is giving fruit under severe drought condition, then under sand dunes or permafrost condition. Maybe I sound very much optimistic, but this is possible through proper phenotyping. We could able to identify those genotypes which can perform very well under such situation. So that is the future I am looking forward. And thank you one and all for your patient listening, and thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share whatever work I have done to characterize the abiotic stress using hyperspectral remote sensing. Thank you one and all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Bapadas sir, for sharing your insight discussion regarding the topic. You have given very insightful discussions about the water stresses, and those water stresses, how that will be detected by using the water tools and geospatial techniques like remote sensing and also the machine learning models, how these can be applied, and what are the different indices can be used that can be collected from remote sensing. So this is a very good discussion. And regarding water stress, how chemical technology will be applied for detecting water stress and how we can mitigate. What will be the future? Very elaborately, So we all are grateful to
अच्छा ठीक है, घबराओ नहीं, रुको, हमको देखने दो।
घबरा नहीं रहे। और एक चीज सुन लीजिए, जो करना होगा अपना, हम तो कभी नहीं घबराते। आप हमारी बात जानती है ना, जिनसे इनसे बात हमको बता देते हैं। ऐसे हम बात जिनसे पर्सनली कल बात करते, लेकिन बात करने से कोई सटीक जब आंसर आपको नहीं मिले, मैम बी पेशेंट वाला कितना पेशेंट जाओ। तब आप और एक बात सुनिए, जो हमारा मिथिलेश पांडे वाला केस है उसका सत्य सुनिए। हम नित्यानंद सर को वो कह दिए, सचेत कर दिया है। इसके अलावा आप लोग फिर बाद में कुछ होगा तो फिर अपना जानिए। मिथिलेश पांडे वाला जो केस है मैडम, वो एज और रिटायरमेंट का बेनिफिट को लेके है। सिर्फ पहली बात तो ये है ना, एज फैक्टर और रिटायरमेंट बेनिफिट। जो लोग बोल रहा है कि मिथिलेश पांडे की केस पे ही सब कुछ लेखा है,
नहीं
है ना,
ये मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है। मिथिलेश पांडे का केस एज और रिटायरमेंट बेनिफिट्स पर है।
एक और ग्रुप बना हुआ है सुप्रीम कोर्ट सपोर्ट ग्रुप, उसमें हम नहीं है आप।
हाँ, हम नहीं, हम न रहना बना चाहते हैं।
आप रहिए भी नहीं उसमें। मेरा नाम नित्यानंद सर, ये सब पता नहीं कैसे उसमें जुड़वा दिया है। हम तो गुस्साए भी, लेकिन गुस्साए तो हम उसमें पूरा सब कुछ छीन। अब कोई सीनियर हो जूनियर हो, जिसको लगे मिर्ची लगे, हमको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। सच सुनना पसंद ही करते हैं। सच उसमें क्लियर कर लिखिए कि जब मिथिलेश पांडे का केस, और ये हमको पता है मैडम कि मिथिलेश पांडे का केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहा। हम शुरू से नहीं कह रहा था। मनोज शर्मा कैसे मत दीजिए।
ममता कुमारी जी, अपने आप को म्यूट कर दीजिए प्लीज।
आप लोग भी दिए होंगे कि नहीं दिए मनोज शर्मा वाले?
नहीं, 500
ना। चलिए तो आपको 500 डुबा, हम लोग तो 3,500 डुबा है मनोज शर्मा। ठीक है, तो मनोज शर्मा वाले केस में ही मनोज शर्मा ये सब ठग है। ठीक है, हम पहले ही बोले आदमी ठीक नहीं है, इसको मत करिए।
डॉक्टर संजय अरोड़ा, प्लीज रिमूव डॉक्टर ममता कुमारी फ्रॉम द।
बहुत अच्छे। अभी कल हम फोन के बोलते आप सही बोल रहे हैं, हम अभी भी सही बोल रहे हैं कि मैम राय वाले ग्रुप में आपको जुड़वाया है ना, यह ठग है। ये क्या कहते हैं, वो राय जी जो डीजी थे, कौन राय थे, मंगला राय, उनका रिश्तेदार बताता है। और दूर दराज से, कोसों दूर से कोई उनकी फैमिली के रिश्तेदारी उसकी नहीं। ये सिर्फ उनके नाम पे सबको ऐसे बेवकूफ बनाता है ताकि लोग डर जाए कि मंगला राय का है, मंगला राय का होता नहीं है। तो हम बोले कि सर आप नित्यानंद सर को भी नहीं मालूम था। हम बोले सर कहीं भी मिथिलेश पांडे का केस
सुनीता 2 मिनट अंशुमान सर
all the participants, if you have any questions, so please
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I am requesting all the participants to ask any questions regarding this water space detection using remote sensing topic. Dr. Papadas is online now, so please ask some questions. Hello. If any questions, please ask. So, if anyone has no questions, I am asking one question. That is, I have given information. So the question is that there are so many indices are there. Water space indices are there. One of them has normalized different water index. Okay, so how these indices and what are the other indices that is helpful for water space detection? What are those indices?
Oh, various indices are there, like as you have already told, normalized difference water index, then simple ratio index. I have already shown that water index is also there. So I have already shown in one of my slides already available hyperspectral indices in the literature. So that is there. Many indices are there.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And if we use the machine learning model, so what is the limitation of that model, machine learning model? Any limitations are there?
Yes, all the models are having some limitations. Okay, so they are based on some assumptions. and they are based on a data set, whatever data set we are giving. So if your data set is not good, in modeling we say that garbage in, garbage out. If you are giving garbage in, it will give you garbage out. So your experiment should be very perfect. You have to capture the data in a very perfect manner so that the machine or models can learn from your data and predict. So that is one of the things, and they are data hungry models. So you need to have a very large data set to train these models. Around as I have shown in my slides, I have used around 500 samples to train those models. So these are the limitations. Means with limited data you cannot run, and your data should be of very good quality.
Thank you once again. So if there is no question, any questions from audience?
Okay, I would like to ask one question, sir. Using this technique, till what depth we can satisfactorily detect water stress, or maybe use water for that? Surface, I understand it should be okay, maybe like 0 to 5 centimeter. But till what depth are we comfortable using this technique?
No, sir, whatever I have shown, this is not for soil. This is for plant-based water stress detection, means plant leaves mostly or canopy. And as you are asking about soil moisture estimation, so that 0 to 5 centimeter is very well can be estimated using remote sensing. But what we have done in one of my juniors' work, what we have done, we have used that surface moisture map, and we can imagine the root zone as a bucket kind of thing. If the surface is filled with water, then it will go to the next layer. That is, suppose 0 to 5 centimeter is already saturated, then water will go to the next level, that is 5 to 15 centimeter, suppose this way. So what we have done, we have used that 0 to 5 centimeter soil moisture map using remote sensing, and then we have tried to model the 5 to 15 or 15 to 30 centimeter depth using the same covariate, and we have added the surface soil moisture. And by adding the surface soil moisture map, what we have observed that prediction accuracy of root zone moisture has increased. So that way we have done that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Very informative presentation by Dr. Bappa. Congratulations to you and the entire team who has organized this program.
And thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So thank you once again for giving such insightful discussions, and also good interactions. Thank you once again. And now I am handing this to our chairman, sir.
Okay, so now I request my colleague, Ms. Sonal Kumari, to deliver her topic, Bio-inspired hydrogen to combat water stress in rainfed ecosystems. So, I request her to load the slides. Here. Yes, please.
Very good afternoon, esteemed dignitaries of ANRCM, dear participants, and chairman and dear colleagues of my department. I am Sonal, and today I am here to deliver my presentation on bio-inspired hydrogen to combat water stress in rainfed ecosystem. So before diving into the main topic, I would like to increase the issue of the global water stress, which I have collected from different sources. See, you know, that is the challenge. So how can we come what position water hold in our life? What is the backbone of our life? It the severe billions of people face water scarcity. So the data I have collected from the different sources, I will say them. I will show here. Dependent on the quantity of the rainfall. We could not get a rain, we could not get the and 2.3 billion people that lives in the water stressed area, and of the arable land, 52% of their land face stress, and the water that will withdraw from the different sources, whether the surface water, subsurface water. Out of the total water sources, 22% of the water that is used by the agriculture and 60% by the municipalities for the hospital services, while 12% used by the industry. So there are different localities origin across the world, like Northern America, Southern Asia, Northern China, Australia, USA, Brazil, West Coast of South America, that have the severe water stress basin, where the per capita water availability is less than the 1,000 meter cube per year. And the table that I have shown here, where the water stress level in percentage, that is the ratio of the total water withdrawal to the available surface and subsurface water, where the Qatar holds highest position, that is the 4,285%, while in India, that is the 1,742%. So now I come to the in the context of water, water stress in the context of India. What India holds position in the water stress? India in the world's population holds 18%, while water resources in across the world, India holds 4 positions. And in the water quality index across the world, among the 122 countries, India holds 124 position because of the 70% of the water in India is contaminated. While more than 600 billion people are facing acute water shortage in India, and about 3 by 4 households of India not even getting the safe drinking water. In India, the annual per capita water availability that is declining from 6,422 meter cube per year since independence to 1,340 meter cube per year in this year, and it is likely to projected that it is going to decline 1,050 meter cube per year in the 2050 years. And there are many metropolitan cities in India like Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and the Latur district of Maharashtra have witnessed a severe water scarcity because we know we are living in a digital Bharat. We are living in a digital world where we are completely dependent on the urbanization, modernization, and digital. All are the factors that lead towards the water scarcity. So that's why we need to think about the smart, fast, reliant, eco-friendly, bio-friendly, and technology-driven approach and the material which is the less explored or the not explored in the field of agriculture that has the potential to provide the tremendous potential to provide the solution of the emerging problems. So now I'll talk about the hydrogens. Hydrogen is not a new term to us. We know everyone has heard about the hydrogen, and I have incorporated only the very basic understanding of hydrogen. But my emphasis is majorly given on the bioinspired hydrogen because this bioinspired hydrogen is just very less explored in the field of agriculture. Although this bioinspired hydrogen is widely obtained, very widely or hugely explored in the field of pharmaceuticals, in the field of cosmetics. But we need to think about this bioinspired hydrogen because this materials, this matrix is the biodegradable, biocompatible, and having in the context, if we talk about the environmental concern or environmental awareness is arising, we think about this land approach or eco-friendly approach. So now I will say this introduce what is the hydrogen. Hydrogen in agriculture we call hydrogen as a water retention granules or the cross-linked polymers that having the 3D networks that are interconnected by the covalent bond or any physical interaction, whether that be hydrogen bonding or whatever process. And this hydrogen having the capacity to hold or absorb 500 to 600 times of their own weight because the presence of the hydrophilic functional group and that is attached to the polymer backbone and then there is a presence of the cross linker between the network that makes these materials or this hydrogen to absorb more water of their capacity and these all hydrogens having capacity to dissolve the stored moisture when soil undergo the process of drying process. This hydrogen can be prepared by different materials. Materials could be the synthetic, materials could be the natural. These all the materials which we use to prepare or fabricate the hydrogen having some drawback or having some advantage or disadvantage. Now I talk about the synthetic hydrogens. Everyone knows about the synthetic hydrogen that we basically use in the field of agriculture to combat to mitigate the water stress. That synthetic hydrogen, you might have heard about the polyacrylate, polyacrylic acid, polyacrylamide, potassium polyacrylate that is used for to prepare the hydrogen. This having some benefit because this is a synthetic polymer, so that having the benefit like having a good mechanical strength, that integrity is very good, having a good shelf life, and having capacity to produce very easily, but having some challenges while having the some advantage. These materials are non-degradable and having chance to pollute our water sources that can create microplastic proliferation and having the lack of the water stability. While the natural hydrogen polymers, these materials that are we derive from the nature, that could be the plant based, that could be the animal based, that could be marine or algae based, that could be the
your presentation is not moving. I think it is on the slide with India water stress heading.
Here I am, sir. I was just one slide back. So you can see what is the natural that I am talking about the natural hydrogen. That natural hydrogen that we derive from or extract from the animal based, plant based, algae based, or the microorganisms like bacteria from the geopolysaccharide. We can extract the natural things and we can prepare the natural hydrogen from there. This having some advantage like these are natural. So these are those biodegradable, biodegradable, and having the capacity to upscale the soil physical, chemical, and biological property. Apart from this natural polymers having some challenges, some drawbacks. These challenges are the lack of the mechanical strength, and these all are derived from, or these all are extracted from the nature. That I've already said, that may be the animal based, that may be plant based, that may be the microbes based. So there might be chance of the microbial toxicity that could not be response to the environmental stimuli like the pH, stress, salinity, temperature. So we need to upscale or upgrade or fabricate or modify up to the certain up to the limit where we can extract their maximum potential to combat the water stress. Now I come to the what will be the ideal characteristic of eco-friendly hydrogen? What should be the characteristic? Ideal characteristic to people especially for the bio-inspired hydrogens. That hydrogen or that material or that matrix should be the high water adsorption capacity, having a good desired adsorption capacity when plant is required. This material should have lowest soluble content and residual monomers. These materials should have high durability and stability, being the swelling and storage. These materials should be the biodegradable, biocompatible, and have capacity to perform over the wide range of temperature, wide range of pH, and that material should be the colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, and having the capacity to escape the soil, physical, chemical, and biological property. These materials should have some properties like photostability, reinventability capacity for the longer time, and that material should be the low cost and eco-friendly. Now I talk about my topic, the bio-inspired hydrogen. This name, bio-inspired hydrogen name, says everything about it. The name stands for it. What does it mean? What is the bio-inspired hydrogen? Bio-inspired hydrogen means introduction of the new structure to enable the new function that are adopted, that are extracted from the nature. That could be animal, plant that has so fabrication of biomaterial in quest of the finding the new solution of the unresolved problem or the emerging problems. This biofired hydrogen could be derived from the animal waste. That could be phytosan, hyaluronic acid. That we derived from the exoskeleton of the crustacean, and the polysaccharides could be cellulose, starch, actin. Then molecular polysaccharides or algal polysaccharide could be alginate, collagens, and the bacterial polysaccharides could be the gelatin, xanthosome, dextran, and the peptide and proteins, particles that could be that is the collagen, elastin, keratin, and the fungal polysaccharide that is the collulan that we can use for the to prepare the biosphere or the given some structure, chemical structure of polymer that hyaluronic acid. Here you can see the structure of hyaluronic acid this chemical structure that we also got from the then we can see that the monomers of the hyaluronic acid are attached by the glycogen to all the monomers and the polymerization. And this polymerization lead to the biofire. And while the chemical structure of cellulose, you can see cellulose is the cellulose is also the naturally abundant, most abundant polymer in the Earth's surface. It's having the two end. One end at the crystalline hydroxyl group having form the good hydrogen and natural hydrogen from carbon to hydrogen to hyaluronic acid. How is it easy from the or functional group will increase and the porosity more water there only.
मैं वो अपनी जर्नी बताता था कि हम भी नॉर्मल कॉलेज से बीएससी और शॉर्ट से नॉर्मल फैमिली से हैं लेकिन
Any query to Dr. Sonal?
Sir, I have not completed my presentation. Yes, I will complete soon.
अभी रह गया क्या?
Now I come to the back. Why there is no back?
Actually, this webinar is live streaming on YouTube. So we have to hurry up with the presentations as the time is limited. So, Dr. Kohli, please continue.
Please finish it within 2 minutes now.
Within 2 minutes, I will finish. So there are classification of hydrogen on the basis of the polymer composition. That could be the monomer, that could be copolymer, homopolymer, and multipolymers. By the mixing, there are like different types of whether the natural polymers and multipolymers. If I give example of the multipolymers, that could be the example of the alginate, hydrogen, and then pectin-based polymer. Then configuration-based polymer hydrogen is there. That could be amorphous. There is no proper order of the crystalline. There is no proper order of the like polymer chain. Then semi-crystalline, then crystalline hydrogen, and on the basis of cross-linking, there are two types of cross-linking: chemical cross-linking and physical cross-linking. Chemical by the mean of the covalent bond, by the mean of polymerization, by the mean of the free radicals, by the mean of enzymatic reaction, and the physical cross oxygen will be dealt by the ion interaction of hydrogen currently and the hydrophobic interaction. While hydrogen is also classified on the basis of physical appearance that could be prepared in the form of microsphere, film, membrane, matrix, or base form. Hydrogen is also classified on the basis of charges. Charges on the basis of ion, non-ionic that have the neutral charge, while ionic that carry the positive or negative charge, and protein that have the both acidic and basic functional group. While the deuterated ion have both the positive and negative ions, but still remain as neutral. But still hold neutral charge. So this hydrogens works because this, I have already told, these hydrogens contain prepared by the mixing of the different synthetic polymers or the natural polymers, or by mixing the both synthetic and natural polymers that contains different hydrophilic functional group. That hydrophilic functional group, carboxylic group, amine group, sulfonic group, hydroxylic group that can attract and hold the water, and that the water hold entering the polymer chain by the diffusion process and retaining the polymer chain to the hydrogen bonding and osmotic process. And when this hydrogen crossing by the physical means or chemical means, that can hold their structural integrity and prevent the complete dissolution of water and create the elasticity. Well, when hydrogen prepared, when hydrogen is prepared or fabricated, that's one thing you have to keep in mind, that should be the stabilized responsive hydrogen, that based on the pH, temperature, ionic strength, and other stresses like light, electric field, and this hydrogen swells when temperature is lower than the 32 degrees, and sinks when temperature is higher than the 22 degrees Celsius. These hydrogens, these are the hydrogens that are preparing, that are using in agriculture, especially in India. These super absorbent polymers that are synthetic based and natural polymer based. Then Kusa hydrogen that is prepared on iron New Delhi. Then other hydrogens, the potassium polyacrylate, and other water retention polymer that is the synthetic or natural mixed hybrid polymers. These all types of hydrogen having the different capacity of the water absorption that ranges from the 300 to 500 times of its own weight, and the degradable nature that vary from the nature of the material that we have taken, and the application also vary. What kind of application we want, what kind of for what purpose we want to fabricate or synthesize, whether for the soil application, whether for the soil conditioning, whether for either soil amendment, whether as a seed coating or anything else, etc. Then these are hydrogens products that are commercially available in India. This Kusa hydrogen that are prepared with iron in New Delhi, and then water super absorbent polymer, hydrogen, red dot. These are the company manufacturing companies which are producing this commercial product of hydrogens. Now, some of the examples, only few examples that I have added, and one thing I want to here talk about it, that I have bought one seed money project on this topic. Once I have completed my project, if I got a chance to let my knowledge, say what I have gone from the research work, surely I will share my data, my knowledge during in the next World Water Day. Then I have just collected some data from that experiment is done by the Salam and Dana in 2015. What he has done, he collected the soil of the sandy soil. That means the sandy soil of the soil with the bio soil hydrogen of the different portions. That concentration was that ranging from the 5% to 1%. You can see the sand which is mixed with the 1% of bio-based polymers having the higher water, having higher absorbed water content. That is the 70.6%. That approach the 18%.
नया कपड़ा कैसे वहां निकल के रखा हुआ है?
And having the more water potential at pressure head, that ranges from 2.5 to 2.2. When we compare to the and these are the challenges and the future perspective of the biosphere hydrogens. If you look upon the challenges of the biosphere hydrogen, then only you can move towards the future perspective of hydrogen. The challenges of the biohydrogen in the field of agriculture is that is related to material limitations that having a lower water adjustment capacity in comparison to synthetic hydrogel and having some challenges related to soil and environmental constraints because this biosphere hydrogen performance highly is soil. So meaning towards standardization of this hydrogen with various type of soil. And then there might be these are like derived from the natural material. So there might be chance of the potential microbial toxicity that can alter the pH also. And then that should be based on the high temperature and accidental degradation. And other challenge that is related to the high production cost that can limit the industrial availability. And farmers are less aware about the training on the hydrogen application. And then also some challenges that is related to policy gap in the subsidy and the certification. So if we look upon these challenges, then we can move to the future perspective of to synthesize or fabricate the biosphere hydrogen. Then it can be prepared based on the climate resilient agriculture that can be integrate this hydrogen with the IoT-based moisture sensor. Then there might be possibility to integrate the hydrogen assisted seed coating and foliar spray. You can use the agro-based or cost-effective hydrogen. That would be the cost-effective that we can subsidize this, subsidized by the help of the government and R&D initiative to make aware about the farmers. These are things that I have. These are very basic things that I have added about the hydrogens. Thank you so much for listening me.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal. If you have not left any chance for interaction, maybe we can have a collective interaction at the end. So if anybody has questions for Dr. Sonal, that can be taken up there. Next, I would request Dr. to come the presentation on soil moisture prediction using remote sensing and machine learning. Please try to share. Okay. ये हो रहा है क्या? This one screen से yes. Let's start.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I am Dr. Bali Prasad Mondol. Today, in this webinar, I will discuss one topic, that is the soil moisture prediction using remote sensing and machine learning. These are the outlines. As some students in this group, so I start from very basic to the advanced level of study. So these are the outlines. Then coming to what is remote sensing, we all know this is a art and science and which help us to obtain information about any object or any phenomena without coming into any physical contact. And also we can say remote sensing not only a technology or art or science, it also a subject what we study. Okay, so there are various types of remote sensing we have. So based on the sensor type, we can say there is two types of remote sensing. One is active remote sensing, another one is passive remote sensing. Based on energy source, we have three types of remote sensing, that is optical remote sensing, thermal remote sensing, and micro remote sensing. Based on platform, there are ground-based sensing also available, aerial sensing using drones, and satellite-based platform like Landsat, Spot, Modis. So many satellite platforms also available. Then coming to the GIS. Okay, so GIS, that is the Geographical Information System. Nowadays we all use this technology and GIS and integrated with GPS. So this GIS actually help to capture the data, to store, retrieve, and analysis of the geospatial data in this domain. And it has 5 integrated components like the hardware, software, and the people. They will analyze data and the procedures which is utilized for analyzing the data. So these are 5 major components of the geographical information system. Now coming to the use of remote sensing and GIS in soil science. Where remote sensing used for soil science like soil resource mapping, soil property mapping, soil texture mapping, soil erosion modeling, and soil moisture monitoring. So many things are there. So for today we will discuss about only soil moisture mapping. How remote sensing can be used for soil moisture mapping? Because we all know soil moisture is a very crucial and important thing which is helped in agriculture by taking decisions in sowing of the crops, scheduling of the irrigation. But another thing, it is a very dynamic in nature. So assessment of this property as compared to other soil property is very difficult. So the advancement in remote sensing technology makes it possible that how soil moisture and its dynamic nature can be assessed using remote sensing technology. So in India, we know that our agricultural fields are mostly very small land holding. So in this case, if we use coarse remote sensing product like soil moisture active regime or SMOS, that is a soil moisture ocean salinity product, these are coarse resolution product, means it has very kilometer type spatial resolution. So these cannot be used for the field level. Therefore, we need high advanced technique of remote sensing technique that can be used for soil moisture mapping. Okay, so next we will discuss. So along with this, we need also machine learning technique. So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence which is actually work based on the provided data. If we give data to the machine, so that will work and that will learn from the data and it will predict some new data. Then coming to digital soil mapping, this is the most advanced technique of soil mapping. This concept built by McBradley and his co-author in 2003. What equation we know, that is the scorecard equation given by McBradley. It is the extended form of the James equation. So generally we collect the legacy soil data or the observed soil data along with the different environmental covariates, and this is a quantitative relationship. We using this quantitative relationship through machine learning model to generate the soil map or other property map. Then these are the application of DSM. Whatever we can soil type mapping, soil property mapping, soil texture, soil moisture, we can map by this technique. So now I will present only one case study, that is from my research areas, that is the digital soil mapping concept method. This is my recent study, digital soil master mapping, which is conducted in IRI farm with collaboration of Dr. Bapada sir. So these are the studies in which we collect the soil moisture data using ML3 theta probe and remote three types of remote sensing integrated here, because data fusion is the most recent technique of our remote sensing. One is optical data used from Landsat 8, and from there we taken the that thermal data we have taken from it EIRS band, and microwave data we use the Sentinel-1 data, that is the synthetic aperture radar data, and we pre-process it and different indices are calculated like NDVI, MNDVI from them. This is the overall methodology. We have collected remote sensing data along with the in situ soil moisture data, and then modeling was done and different matrices was used to validate that product. So these are the four machine learning models. We have used random forest, SVR, DPR, and XVR. So we cannot, I cannot discuss again because already for the discussed. So now coming to the summary of descriptive statistics of the calibration data set and validation, we have used modeling techniques. So 70% data done for calibration and 30% data used for the validation, and we try to optimize it through the programming that it should not be biased. If that's why we make it program its live way that calibration and validation data should be unbiased. Then we are trying to identify which features are important for predicting soil moisture through four models. So these four machine learning models score that sigma dot dB, that is the radar backscatter coefficient, vertical resolution. It is the most important parameter all four models identified because this is related to the dielectric constant of the soil moisture. Soil water has the highest dielectric constant as compared to dry ground. That's why it gives the better contribution as compared to the other variables. Then coming to the comparing the efficiency of different models like random forest, HCB, support vector machine, and other model, we have found among these four models, that is the random forest model is the best in terms of calibration and validation. R square is 0.93 in calibration, and in R square in validation is 0.65. Other parameter also like RMSC also less as compared to other, and RPIQ, that is the ratio of residual prediction deviation or interquartile distance, that is also higher as compared to the other model. Then this is also pictorially depiction which model is the best for validation data set. RF model performs better than other model. Then coming to the soil moisture map, this is the digital soil moisture map for the IRI farm. So previous study depicted only 3 categories, but we have found 6 categories of the soil moisture. starting from very dry, that is the less than 10% volumetric moisture content, to extremely wet, that is more than 30% moisture content. And in our study, we have found that most of the study area has 15 to 20%, that is the moderate moisture level, because that time wheat is grown, rabi season, and irrigation is applied. That's why moderately moisture level is obtained. Then coming to the uncertainty, uncertainty is very inseparable part for digital soil moisture mapping, because if we cannot predict the uncertainty, we cannot say actual reliability of that model. So that's why this is the inseparable part of DSM. We have analyzed in terms of standard error map. We have generated 4 standard error map. If we see this vary from 14 to 18% or above or below that. Okay. So it is in case of, we have found that SVM, that is support vector machine, have more uncertainty in terms of standard error, that is 16 to 18% as compared to other models. And random forest model has the least uncertainty, that is green color portion, showed that less than 14% uncertainty was observed in case of RM model. And it is GPR and HDB also produce similar kinds of results. So RM is the best at SVM, he has performed less. So these are salient findings. Random forest perform better, what I already told, with R square of 0.93 in calculation data. And backscatter coefficient, that is the radar backscatter coefficient, and the irrigation indices like MGPI, MNDWI are the best predictor variable for soil moisture mapping. And also the majority of the maps showed the moderately soil moisture amount in the study area, and the uncertainty map shows that less prediction uncertainty was predicted by the RF model, and more uncertainty was observed for support vector based model. So final conclusion is that remote sensing technique along with GIS, along with the machine learning techniques, can be used for gathering valuable information about digital soil moisture mapping for enhancing our agricultural productivity along with sustainability. And future scope of this study is, if we use this advanced technology along with the IoT-based sensor, that will help to collect real-time data in the farmer's field. Along with that, we need to develop low-cost sensor technology for the developing countries, so that farmers can use this technology easily for irrigating their field. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mandal. And I think the time is short, so we won't promote questions here. We already have an open house discussion time for 5-10 minutes. So moving to the next. Thank you, Dr. Mandal. Now we'll move on to the next presentation, which is by Dr. Chandramal Patel from BH Support. He'll be delivering on water conservation amidst climate change. You are aware that this year's theme for World Water Day is also similar. Climate change is being talked about. So let's see what the next speaker has to say on this topic. Dr. Chandramal Patel, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to present the topics: water conservation amidst climate change. Thank you for an opportunity, and I wish to World Water Day. The topic is very common, but the importance is very crucial for everyone, especially for farmers who are engaging in the agriculture field. So we know that about our country, our India is very valuable about the water availability. Our country part, like the eastern part of India, is received much more rainfall in comparison to the western part, like Rajasthan. So a lot of variations, the water availability, and its water availability also is very crucial when the monsoon is come, especially in May to June, July, and September, and approximately 75% annual rainfall is received during this season. So, how to conserve this moisture and water for upcoming crops? We know that India is a good source of water, but how to manage it for our farmer fields and crop also? So we know that the per capita availability of water is increasing every day. So this is the things to how to work on these particular topics. availability. It is nearby the water scarcity, approx 1341 cubic meters per capita per year's availability of water. That means in coming futures, it will be the availability nearby the water scarcity. So it's important increasing and increasing the sectoral demands of water. We know that agriculture is a big sector for demanding the water. So how to minimize the water and how to use the efficiency of crops to get the food production for our population also. So, and another, this slide shows the impact of climate change. So, in this slide, the IPCC 6 report says that the temperature will be increased approx 1.7 to 2 degrees Celsius by 2030s. Means when the best year was 1970. So, when we know that the simple things, when the temperature is increases, the water requirement will be increased by every sector, like that agriculture. Agriculture is approx 70% water requirements for the huge demand for agriculture crop production. So we know that the climate change is most important. And another scenario is here say that climate change is increasing few likely rainfall, but it's also decreasing the short duration of the water rainfalls, approx 15 days in the monsoon season, and its intensity is increased approx 1 to 4 mm per day, and extreme weather events will be more damage the crop also. So how to manage it? I'm going to give in some adaptation strategy. How to manage these things. Some policies and programs governed by our state and central government. So here I would like to say one program also about the Gramin Krishi Mausham Seva. It is I'm going to give you the examples of when a farmers receive about weather prediction upcoming 2 to 3 days rainfall will become, then farmers will be managed how to our crops. It means farmers should be irrigate or not. They will take this decision according to the prediction also, and it will be surely helpful for farmers also, and it will be helpful the saving water and money also. These are some strategies, and I would like to say about a open forest area. Farmers and policymakers and government should be take the steps to increase the density of the forest for the conservation of water and as well as the soil carbons also. This carbon is main contributes in different way to the increasing the temperatures. So we should go the conserve water as well as carbon also. And farmers should and some pupils go to the non-timber forest products on the basis of their local availability of products. And my conclusion is that farmers should adopt such type of crops which water requirement is low and local crop, and as well as to store the carbons in the soils. And my recommendation to farmers adopt a pond for one farmer fields. That is helpful for saving the crops by the giving saving irrigations. I would like to thanks for everyone. Thank you, Dr. Pandey. So as we are getting to
the last presentation, and I am going to deliver that. Request my colleague Dr. Bhavani Prasad Mandal to please share the slides here. I will be delivering on traditional water harvesting systems of Bihar, a critical appraisal. I hope the slides are visible to all of you. Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you. You see, the traditional water harvesting in Bihar has been often talked of and has been documented many a times. I'm going to talk about the Ahar pine structures. You see, if you can see this slide, I had the opportunity to visit this site. This site, I would like all of you to just remember, you might have seen a Bollywood movie called Manji, the Mountain Man. This is exactly that very site in Gellore Valley in Gaya, where this man called Dashrath Manji, he cut out a mountain to pave way. So my whole presentation is about that area where Dashrath Manji used to dwell. And in this area, the traditional water harvesting systems of Bihar are very prominent. The Ahar pine systems are very much prominent. In fact, these Ahar pine systems in these areas are the lifeline. And you can see in this adjoining photograph what are the types of rocks. And you see, these types of rocks are continue to be in the bedrock also. So you see, these type of if these rocks are there in the profile, water would not go beyond that or would seep very slowly because there is a rocky profile below a shallow depth of soil. So with this background, I would like to move forward. You see, these Ahar pine systems are significant sites of rainwater harvesting and they contribute immensely for irrigation facility during the Rabi season. These Ahar pine structures are in the foothill areas. And as you know that the foothills, they have got coarse textured soils, so it's not possible to have in situ rainwater harvesting in coarse textured soils. So there, as we now learn that the option is to have ex situ rainwater harvesting. That's why such systems have developed in those areas. Some catchment areas under Ahar pine systems play a vital role in supporting agricultural activities by virtue of the very peculiarity of this ecological setting. So what is an Ahar and what is a pine? What is a pine? An Ahar is a rectangular catchment basin with three-sided embankments built at the end of a small pipe. And unlike tanks, the beds of Ahars are not dug out. So you see, the three sides will be a catchment basin. If you imagine it like this, it will be like a swimming pool in which from one end, as you move towards the other end, the depth keeps on increasing. So the lower end of that Ahar pine structure will be the end of that swimming pool where it is deeper. And it continues to the extent where the depth becomes zero, or maybe like depth of ponding becomes zero as we move away from the deepest part of that Ahar. And pines are the channels constructed to utilize water flowing through the numerous hilly rivers of Bihar. At times, they can be seen as channels connecting and feeding Ahars and tanks as they flow downstream from a water source. The basic difference between ahars and tanks is that ahars have not been dug out. They are natural. But just they create an embankment on three sides in that type of ecology. Whereas tanks are dug out and have been deepened from all of the sides to make a tank-like structure. Further, about what is an ahar and what is a pine. An ahar or ahars were built by constructing an embankment of a meter or two in height, as I said while discussing the previous slide, like in a swimming pool. Okay, embankment of a meter or two in height. From the extremes of this embankment, maybe one wall of 2 or 3 meter height, at the far end or at the deepest end of the ahar. So from the extremes of this embankment, two other embankments are constructed so as to project towards the higher ground. Similar to the swimming pool, where if you move towards the end which has a lower depth. So this is generally towards the south and South Bihar because the slope in South Bihar is towards the south. It's towards the north, sorry. So it is generally tapering towards the north, gradually diminishing in height as the ground level rose. So an ahar resembles a rectangular catchment basin with embankments on three sides. In a swimming pool, there will be embankment on four sides. But here only three sides embankment and the fourth side naturally rises. So that serves as an embankment. But not only as an embankment, but because it allows water to flow through that slope. So there is no need for an embankment on the higher end of the ahar. And rivers in Bihar are generally dry throughout the year but become torrential during the monsoons, except for the Ganges and the bigger rivers. So the tributaries of these rivers are usually dry throughout the year, but they become torrential during the monsoon. And given the slope and the sandy soil, a system of pines is usually developed to lead off water from these rivers to the agricultural fields and the ahars. The lifeline of ahars are the pines. You see, the ahars are fed by pines, which simply are the channels leading water to and from an ahar. And during the present times, the encroachment of the pines for farming has led to a decline of these systems. Not only for farming, but for various other activities. Maybe for construction purposes, for roads, highways, railways. When the areas for these pines is encroached upon, these are the connecting links to ahars. So the systems are collapsing or diminishing or vanishing. The ahar bed is usually very heavy textured and exhibits strong swell shrink behavior. So this has implications on what type of agricultural practices that can be followed there. Now you see, here is the view of a village pond on the outskirts of Gaya being used for supporting animal husbandry. And the adjoining Google Earth image that shows the pond along with an adjoining ahar which drains into this pond. So you see, this is an adjoining ahar natural, and this one is a pond which has been dug out by human activities because of removal of material there. So, and this has been fed by pipes so that the overflow of the ahar, excess water in the ahar, drains into these pipes and has been diverted to fill up this pond. Otherwise, this pond, this would have existed had it not been done, and this would not have so much of water had this pine and this ahar not feeding water into this pine. Major ahar pines encompassing an area of about 6.5 square kilometers were placed in Khiri and JPM villages in the foothill region of Rajgir Hill. This false color composite of landside TM of these locations shows scattered water bodies. These scattered water bodies are all ahars of these regions, and the farmers traditionally have been using water available in these ahars for irrigating the neighboring fields during the Rabi season. The ahar pine systems, they are generally observed in the foothill areas because you see in the foothills there is water which is running off, and so these have been created there just to store water, ex-situ water harvesting. Field survey of adjoining villages, the Rajgir hills like Gaya, Gehlor, the Dashrath Manji's place, Atari, Chetian, Tapovan, Bandhana, Chetian, and Khiri was conducted to understand the characteristics of ahar pipe systems during a couple of our projects. And the natural ponds were found to be limited, but more geographical coverage was under ahar pipes, which have a very shallow depth. So, another difference between ponds and the ahar pipes is in the depth. First thing was that the type of soil, heavy textured soil in ahar pipes, and which can actually be cultivated during a certain portion of the year. And the next difference is that the depth of ponding in ahar pipes is quite shallow. The South Bihar plains, the area which I am talking about, how it lies in the ecological setting of Bihar. This is sandwiched between the Chota Nagpur plateau and the southern bank of the Ganges. And rivers like Son, Putpun, Murhan, Mohan, and Gamini are the major southern tributaries of the Ganges. And except Son, all of these rivers originate in the Chota Nagpur plateau and become torrential during the monsoons. And mind it, the average rainfall of Bihar varies from 1000 to 1600 millimeter, increasing as we move towards the east in Bihar. The soils of the southern plains of Bihar have a low water retention capacity. So, such types of ex-situ water harvesting structures are more important. The ground level is very low except in the region near the Ganges. And the general slope is from south to north at a rate of almost a meter for every kilometer. So with this ecological setting, this is an ahar in the Jatian region that is a part of the series of chain of interconnected ahar that harvest runoff from the adjoining hill. Also seen in the Google Earth image of the ecology where the chain of ahar is. So these chain of ahars is like, you see, the ahars are like natural water bodies, natural shallow water bodies, which have been embanked on one side to have this water harvesting possible. And then there is a chain of these is created as these ahars are connected through pipes. So the water flowing into the pipe, first of all, fills the first ahar in the chain, and subsequently, as the water moves along these ahars, it fills up the subsequent ahars. So the water is not wasted. Depending on the availability of water, the area farther and farther from the foothill region gets filled up. This is a large roadside pond in Baghdad village that is used for irrigation. Also seen in the Google Earth image of this locality. So towards the southeast of Gaya district, the villages named here, they were surveyed for the existing and characteristics of village water bodies. We found that the accumulation of water in catchments or ponds is dependent on rainfall that is stored in different catchments, and a large pond in Bhadan village being used for irrigation, and another pond is situated in Patra village where source of water is rainfall. And the two are different ecologies because where there is the actual source in any case is rainfall, but in case of ahars, not only the direct runoff, but the runoff that has been diverted from the foothill regions through pipes is used to fill up those ahars. Then this another village which was surveyed where the ponds were of very shallow depth. So water crisis was observed. In contrast, those areas which are fed by ahars, they had plenty of water because this water not only is available as surface source but also recharges the underground water bodies. This is a field view and a Google Earth image of a pipe collecting runoff from a large catchment for diversion to chain of ahars. And these sites are very common in this region. During the visit to Bhojpur and Harjantola and subsequent informal interaction with the farmer, we found that the overflow from one ahar in the chain close to a pipe carrying water. See, these type of things are very common in this ecological setting. Based on visual interpretation, the Ahar systems can be seen densely existing in the rainfed tracts of Gaya district. And here you see the second picture, you can see that the Rabi cultivation of an Ahar shows a distinct gradient in the time of planting of Rabi season crops, based on the drying of the Ahar bed, starting from the highest point in the watershed to the lower points. The farmers have adapted to this. As the Ahar keeps on drying, they keep on cultivating, and you see the uppermost portion is cultivated first, and if it needs irrigation, the water in the lower end of that Ahar is used for irrigating that, for life-saving irrigation purpose, and subsequently as the Ahar keeps on drying, they also cultivate those areas. To end this, I would like to state that cultivation on the pine bed includes crops such as chickpea, lentil, vegetable peas, and pea, which is very much suitable keeping in mind the ecological setting of that area. The conventional practice here is to broadcast the seeds and then till the soil with a bullet-driven flow to cover the seeds. Not much tillage, but some tillage. The seedbed then usually becomes very cloddy, which is desired in case of vegetable peas and chickpea, which are being grown in the area without any supplemental irrigation. However, the seedbed for wheat is comparatively smoother, and probably the indigenous community recognize the presence of water in the profile due to the existing practice of tilling the soil, leaving the cloddy surface with much surface roughness, and breaking the capillaries to restrict the movement of profile soil moisture in the surface soil. This was a traditional water conservation practice, and these indigenous practices are an essential part of the rainfed cultivation of Rabi season crops in the ecology. The Ahar bed is usually flooded during the Kharif season, and so there is limited scope of cultivation. However, the advent of Rabi season enables cropping in phases as visible in distinct bands as the water level in the Ahar recedes. Their conservation, the conservation of the Ahars and these traditional water harvesting structures, the runoff farming systems, is the need of the Ahar not only to protect the traditional agricultural systems, but also to conserve the native flora and fauna, including the migratory birds in these times. And so, before I thank you all for your patience, hearing, and time, I would like to acknowledge Mr. B.K. Vimal, my colleague, who was an investigator with me, Dr. Ravi Gopal Singh, former director and secretary support, the International Rice Research Institute for funding this under ARS, and Dr. S.S. Kukkal and DST NRDMS for subsequent funding of this research. Thank you. So now we have an open house discussion session. I would like Dr. Sanjay Arora to take over this and also invite Dr. Pankaj Nautiyal to chair the session. Dr. Sanjay Arora, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli, for a very nice presentation, and traditional water harvesting systems of Bihar participants might be gain some knowledge on that aspect. Please unshare. Dr. Pankaj Nautiyal, is he available? We can start open house discussion. If you have any queries or you want to express your views regarding water conservation and management in especially in agriculture, or any means like domestic water conservation or water conservation in hilly areas or water conservation and management in agricultural lands. Anyone? Dr. Senthil Kumar? Participants should have
Sir, yes, sir. I am there.
Yes, Dr. Senthil.
Yes, sir.
You express your views on water conservation and some of your thoughts regarding today's program, and if you have any query with the speakers, then also.
Yes, sir. So first of all, good afternoon to all scientists. I have my express so excellent conducting for workshop. So starting from end, so all scientists some expressed with some advanced techniques and other things for using for Bihar state and other state also. So some importance for the water. So usage for nowadays. It's a very good session, sir. All the scientists are excellent taking for the class, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Any other participant who wish to express his views regarding the theme of the today's program, regarding the water conservation approaches, your experiences, you can share or discuss
So
on
may
any of.
I?
Yes, yes. Please tell your name and.
I'm Dr. Jigmit sir from Ladakh. First of all, thank you so much. This is a very good session, especially when we are talking about World Water Day, right? And that's true that the water is become very, very precious for now. It become a threat now for everyone, especially in hilly areas. We are using that what traditional water system. You all might be knowing that Ladakh, we are totally dependent upon the glaciers. And the water harvesting we are taking here is a zinc system, churpon system. These are something different from rest of the country, you know. And in our place, the water management is some different, like different from rest of the country. So and we are having in every village we are getting the churpon system is now with the time it's declining. Previously the water management is done by done in a turn wise. Every house get in a turn wise, and somewhere that from last 17 years in my profession, more than 20,000 people I'm doing people I get aware, especially on water conservation as well as water pollutions, you know. Nowadays not only water management is only the problem, the water pollution day by day increases. We need to emphasize, because agriculture till we remain when we get a very clean water. Here now in hilly areas we are facing such problems, and water pollution become the biggest threat for this area. So in this way, another technology we are using is zinc system. Zinc system we are traditionally we are using in every houses. We are having a small pond, and in which in the evening we are harvesting that water, and in the morning we are giving that, which not only help in conserving the wastewater, but on the same time we are recharging the groundwater, you know. These are the something new from the Ladakh, you know. And beside that, micro irrigation, we are giving more emphasis. I got the opportunity to serve in the 15,000 feet, the highest altitude, KVK, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, where I was heading, in which I use micro irrigation with the solar energy, zero energy, you know. That was one of the biggest success we are able to do it at 15,000 feet, which is in the country's highest KVK, you know. And I got this opportunity to serve and to demonstrate in those and made it successful. These are the things which needs to be, especially in our place where more and more awareness needs to be given in those areas. Maybe it is useful for those people also. Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me this
Thank you, Dr.
opportunity.
Jigmet. You have been
I'm
cooperating
so
with
glad, sir.
the academy since long, and we are thankful to you and sharing your experiences. And uh, we would have means the today's theme was based on your area, means glacier
Yeah,
preservation.
that's true. Sure,
We would
that's
have
why, sir.
we forgot to invite you to deliver the talk. Oh,
Thank you. It's a great
it
honor.
would have been very wonderful.
I saw yesterday a mail, and it was really touched to my. It is my passion. Water is my passion. From last 17, 18 years, I'm doing the same job. Besides that, water conservation and water pollution, I'm giving awareness in every remote areas. Mostly, I'm giving emphasis on the remote areas. And now, most of the people you might be knowing that Jal Jeevan is a positive sign for everyone. But on the same time, there is a disadvantage. So people start misuse of it, and people start that. Because of Jal Jeevan, on the same time we are getting water at our home, but on the same time we are lacking something, that the clean water get polluted. Now we are neglecting those polluted stream and river and spring water. This is one of the most disadvantage in our place now, because of the Jal Jeevan. And before, every stream where we are willing to take the water, we are able to drink it. But nowadays, what happened, because of Jal Jeevan, it's stored in one place for 7, 8 days, and then this goes to every house, right? And due to this, and the stream which we are used to take, that are neglected, people are washing their clothes, dispersing their make dustbin of those remnants. This is one of the really, as a layman, what you said. I feel that on a ground level, what I observe, that it's really disheartened, and we have to think of from that point of view also. Thank you so much, sir. It's a great honor
Thank
for
you.
give me this to
Thank you.
share my point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you. Any other participant? Like Dr. Jegbit has shared her experiences. Anyone want to share his experience regarding water conservation, traditional approaches, and what the young generation can adopt in the near future to conserve the water? Any participant, please raise your hand, or you can directly unmute and uh, put on your video. Any other participant who wish to share? Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai. Dr. Rai. Dr. Pankaj Notyal, I think he is not here. Dr. Sneha Verma.
Yes, Dr. Arora.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dr. P.K. Rai.
Yes. Please share your experiences on water conservation in Kandi area, or
No, sir.
or
Yeah,
whatever
it's very,
in
very
your
wonderful
area.
and very informative session, sir. And it is very useful for the students. And we have, in this session, all the experts have discussed the present current scenario, what is the current crisis of the water, pure water. So we have to think about it, and we should concentrate on how do we conserve our soil water, fresh water, which we mostly use in agriculture. So we have to adopt the conservation practices and accordingly conservation methods as per they talked about the hilly region also. So it is very wonderful, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rai.
To Dr. Kohli.
Dr. Smriti. Any participant. This is an interactive session. You can interact, put a query, or you can share your experiences. It will be very wonderful if you are able to do so. Otherwise, we are on the verge of closing the means this today's program. The concluding remarks from the organizers. But before that, we thought that you could have a discussion on any of the aspect. Dr. Sayyed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please tell your name and what kind of experience you wish to see.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, good afternoon, respected all professors. Myself, Nisil Dikshit from Banda Agriculture University. Sir, I want to tell some water conservation technique that needs in Bundelkhand region, because and water scarcity challenges due to low evaporation rate or limited groundwater recharge. Or so the annual rainfall is around 800 to 900 millimeter, and high evaporation rate temperature leading to increased evaporation rates. Or also, sir, the hard rock formation in this region hinder groundwater recharge. So, sir, some strategies we are focused at university, like, sir, rainwater harvesting, water side management, efficient irrigation system, like, sir, drip irrigation, or, sir, water saving technology, or, sir, traditional water management practices for reviving and restoring traditional water harvesting structure, such as pond, tank, like ma'am says in his thought, like, sir, Jal Jeevan Mission for implementing the government flagship program to provide functional household tap connections to all rural households. So, sir, water conservation is very necessary in this region. And, sir, this seminar.
Yes, in Bundelkhand, it is very important. Thank you, Mr. Dikshit, for sharing a good idea about the university's approach for the Bundelkhand region. Dr. Shruti.
Thank you so much, sir, to this
Dr. Sayyed, yes.
national webinar on sustainable water conservation in the perspective of the new climate. Was so nice and excellent program organized by the ANRCM. And I always used to attend the program conducted by the ANRCM basically Sanjay Olaji has a very good capability to organize in a very mannered and excellent manner. So today also the schedule was also very good, and whatever the lecture has delivered by the many staff, water resource management and maximizing agricultural water productivity for groundwater recharge, as well as one of the important lecture was traditional water harvesting systems of Bihar, with critical appraisals, which was either unknown to me, and many lectures on bioinspired hydrogen to combat water scarcity ecosystems. Water conservation and climate change also, it was also very good lecture that I was attended. And such a program is very good on the occasion of the World Water Day. And I, on behalf of the participants, I very much thankful to all the organizing committee members of ANRCM and executive committee, as well as the Bihar Agriculture University Sabor Bhagatpur.
Thank you, Dr. Said. If no one else is there, Dr. Kohli.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
नहीं अंदर लगवा दो टूटेगा नहीं लाइन करके बढ़वा दो फिर गिर जाएगा नहीं गिरेगा इसका थोड़ा अंदर कर दो मजबूत बना बाहर लगा दो
Everyone else, please be muted. So it's time to declare the results for the water quiz. Okay. So we have. I'll first of all already announced. Okay. So can you hear me now? Okay. Now it's time to declare the results. Water quiz. I will announce the positions first, second, and third, and then also list the names of participants who have scored over 50% marks so that they will be given appreciation certificates. The first position has been bagged by Dr. Sneha Verma. Second one is Soman Mandal. And the third prize goes to Sahil Singh. First three are with the letter S. Fourth one is also with the letter S. But fourth two further others who have been given appreciation certificates for scoring over 50% marks are Sadhana Kumari, Abhiranjan Kumar, Lala Ishwari Prasad Ray, Ayan Sarkar, Meghna Sarkar, Buddha Priya Maurya, Preeti, and a participant who has not given his name but given his email ID, opendraz95@gmail.com, Patel Dhruv Naresh Bhai, and Sneha Singh. So congratulations to all the winners. I hope you enjoyed quizzing at this platform. Thank you. And then I would like to request the co-organizing secretary to give his closing remarks. Dr. Chandraban Patel, please. Thank you, sir. Respected dignitary, esteemed speaker, and dear participants, as we conclude this enlightened national webinar on sustainable water conservation in perspective of climate change, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who participates to success this event. Throughout today's sessions, we have delved into crucial aspects of water conservation, from innovative isotopes applications, groundwater recharge strategy, to remote sensing based water stress detection and hydrogel and local water harvesting techniques, ahar, pines, and spiritual to scientific thoughts. These discussions have underscored the urgent need for the integrated
science-driven approach to tackle water challenge amidst climate change. A special thank to our distinguished speakers who shared their invaluable expertise and providing throughout provoking insights. Our contributions have not only enhanced our understanding, but also inspired actionable strategy for sustainable water resource management. I also extend my sincere appreciation to Bihar Agricultural University Shabor and the Academy of Natural Resource Conservation and Management Lucknow for their unwavering support in organizing this event. This activities participation of attendee and engaging discussions during the open house session reaffirms our collective commitment to water preservation. As we move forward, let us translate this learning into tangible efforts, whether in research, policy, advocacy, or field application. Thank you once again for your participation and dedication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. I would like to request all of you to please start your video, start your camera, so that we can have a snapshot of the participants, whosoever is available. All of those who want to take a snapshot, they can take from their screens now.
नहीं, आप सभी लोग एक बार अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए, एक ग्रुप फोटो टाइप हो जाए. आप डॉक्टर कोहली अपने वहां सिस्टम में कर लीजिए.
एक्चुअली उसमें कुछ ट्रबल है, वो सब लोग अपने अपने कैमरे से जुड़ जाएंगे.
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, मैं कर लूंगा. अगर
फाइन. डॉक्टर राय. ठीक है,
चलिए, थैंक यू.
ANRCM लखनऊ, अरोरा सर आप तो जुड़ जाओ.
Good afternoon, Hajar sir. पहचाना सर? हाजर सर नमस्कार. जिगमित बोल रही सर, कैसे हैं आप? Good to see you. It's my honor.
All of the. Can I speak? It is I congratulate the Department of Soil Science and Agriculture, Bihar Agriculture University, Shabor, in organizing this Sustainable Water Conservation in Perspective of Changing Climate World Water Day that has been celebrated.
Thank you very much.
In collaboration with ANRCM, through the dynamic leadership of Dr. Sanjay Arora as an entire team. So they are having all kind of full support through every corner of the country maybe through the Jammu, maybe through your SAU Sabor. So thank you one and all for having me invited also to share my viewpoints in this today's session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, to end the session, we'd like to request Dr. Sonal to propose a formal vote of thanks. Yeah. There.
Thank you so much for inviting me for vote of thanks, sir. I, Sonal, on behalf of Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, BSc Award, express my deepest gratitude to convener, chairman, co-chairman of ANRCM, guest of honor, faculty members, and their participants. As we conclude today's insightful and thought-provoking webinar on sustainable water conservation in the perspective of changing climate, on the occasion of World Water Day. With this, I would like to add a beautiful quote. Mountains are made without a love, but not a single one without a water. So at the outset, I extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Y.P. Singh sir, Dr. Amit Khada for gracing the occasion and sharing this wisdom with us. A special note of gratitude to our inaugural speaker, Dr. Chedilal Verma, for setting the tone with his insightful address on the Ipochal water crisis. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dean Director of BAE Sabor, and Principal of BSc Sabor for their unwavering support and visionary leadership. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Gopal Krishnan and Dr. Ranu Reni Sethi, have provided us with the groundbreaking insights into water resource management and groundwater recharge strategy that highlighting the innovative approach for water conservation. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our lead speakers, Dr. Bapadas, Dr. Bapani Prasad Mondal, Dr. Chandraman Patel, Dr. Ansuman Kohli for their thought-provoking presentation that emphasized technology-driven solutions, remote sensing application, and traditional wisdom for water conservation. I am humbled to have also contributed to this platform by addressing bio-inspired hydrogel to combat water stress for input ecosystem. A special mention to all the participants for their active engagement and participation in EQs that added a great value to the session. And I congratulate all the winners of EQs. A special thanks to Dr. D.K. Verma, SSC BSc Sabor, Mr. Saliram Yadav from technical team who worked diligently behind the scenes. As we move forward, let us not let today's discussion remain within this virtual war, but with a renewed commitment to preserve every drop of water for sustainable future. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Thank you for your time, your wisdom, your commitment to the sustainable future. With this, I officially conclude this webinar. Save water, save life. Jai Hind, Jai Kisan, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of today's event. Thank you, everyone. We can log off now.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
बहुत बढ़िया मजा है नेशनल सेमिनार बीयू का कोई फिजिकल में इतना नहीं होता टेक्निकल सेशन में होते ही नहीं लोग 2 लोग बैठे होते हैं देखना सारे में 2-3 लोग तो होते हैं अपने इतने लोग जुड़े थे लाइन में होता है 2-4 लोग बैठे रहते खाली हॉल होता है नॉर्मल सेशन में तो होता है बिना शॉल के हमने कुछ कर चालू किया शॉल का
ये ना 100 तो पहले फुल होके बंद हो जाता है, उसके बाद लेने बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। हाँ देवांशु, कहाँ पे? आ जाना था, खाना दे तुम भी खाओ। टीम तो हमारे बढ़ गया ना, नहीं शायद से बढ़ गया। बाकी लोग भी कोई ऑफर करता कर सकते, लेकिन लंबा था, काफी हो गया था बहुत। शायद फिर वेबिनार में जुड़े नहीं रहेंगे लोग, लेकिन कुछ और कर लेंगे इस दिन। अगली 22 तारीख को अर्थ डे होता है, कर लो। 22 अप्रैल अर्थ डे। संस्कृत में जो उधर से तो उधर से उधर से। हाथ धोने।